Well, good afternoon and good evening to some. I'm glad you guys are here. Got a couple of things I wanted to talk to you about today. Uh, the Bishop was here earlier. Tamika McMillan, it is great to see you. Melissa King, my econ show. It is good to see you, and thanks again for your support. Liz Livos, girl, my girl Ronnie Q, and Chat Smooches back to you as well. And I would like to say hello to Lena, Pretty Brown Eyes. We're going to talk about some things that are that are coming to fruition with this administration that may uh, definitely affect you and the people that you love in your life. So, if you guys, we covered a couple of days ago Jillian Michaels, and I refuted all of the dastardly things that she said about slavery. 2% of people only 2% of people own slave, and when that 2% of white people in the United States owned slave. She did not account for how many states had parted from the state slave owning states. She did not account for all. She did account for all those white people who were living in the United States, but all those white people who were living in the United States didn't own slaves because they were against slavery. So she wanted to erase all the economic gains that slavery gave the United States. So we're going to look at, I showed you the letter that 4547 sent to the Secretary of the Smithsonian Museums. And I also, I also showed you a little bit of, no, I didn't show you that. I'm going to show you that today. I also told you that the Secretary of the Smithsonian is a black man. Okay, so we are going to go over all of that. And hey, the Bushes, no, the Bushes. The You asked earlier if it includes the Holocaust Museum. No need to check. It does not include that museum. So I just wanted to. I answered you that earlier. I'm glad you came back to get the official answer from me. So let's get into what I wanted to share with you today. Lonnie, I think it's Lonnie Banks. He is the secretary of the Smithsonian Museum. All of the Smithsonian's museums. So let me introduce you to Lonnie Lonnie Banks. I think it's Banks. I think it is Banks. Okay, forgive me if I said the wrong name. Let me introduce you to him. I think it's Banks. Bunch, Lonnie Bunch. It's Lonnie Bunch. I forgive me for that. Now, he was instrumental in getting the African American Museum in Washington built. That is also a Smithsonian Smith. I have such a hard word. Smithsonian museum as well. Okay, so let me play a little of this. Remember, all of these links are in my description box. This was shortly after he had the funding and the African American Museum. He was not the secretary at that time. Okay.
I am somebody who loves the Smithsonian maybe more than just about anything else. As soon as they offered me this position to become the 14th secretary, the first thing I did is look up all 13 and try to understand what were the challenges they faced, what were the opportunities before them. The Smithsonian is a reservoir of possibility that challenges a country to be better, to live up to the ideals of a country that is innovative, diverse, and fair. In some ways, my whole career had been training to become Secretary of the Smithsonian. I came to Air and Space in 1978. I left to teach at university. In 1989, I came back to the Museum of American History. From 2005 to 2 weeks ago, I was at the National Museum of African American History and Culture. I had a staff of 2, no idea where the building would be, no collections, no money. For 11 years, I had to tell people, believe that this museum will happen. The Smithsonian is the great strength of hope. In the 21st century, cultural institutions have to have a nimbleness that they haven't had before. My hope is to find that tension between utilizing technology and building on the assets of the Smithsonian so that we can reach new audiences. The public shapes you as much as you shape the public. I want to make sure that the work we do really allows the Smithsonian to put its shoulder to the wheel so that we're contributing to that sort of educational awakening of America. Now is the time for all of us to bring our resources, our creativity, and our support, because the Smithsonian has a role, and that role is to help this country live up to its stated ideals. So the success of the Smithsonian, the success of my tenure, is really being able to make sure people understand that when they contribute to the Smithsonian, you're contributing to making a country better.
Okay, the link is in my description box. I just wanted to introduce you to the president of the Smithsonian Museum, Lonnie Birch the third. This is a black man. Okay, so that these are facts. I'm just giving you the facts. Do with them as you will, with the common sense that you have. So let's hear a little bit from Lonnie. Let's hear a little bit from Lonnie Birch. Here we are, Democracy Now. You know, this is one of my favorite channel to get real news from. I don't think I've seen it talked about to you guys, or anybody on the for-profit media talk to the secretary of the Smithsonian Museum, because I think they don't feel that since it is Lonnie Birch that all this bullshit, excuse me, all of this, the lies that you hear coming out of the administration should be taken seriously, because why bother? Look who's the secretary. Of course, this must be true. That's what I'm getting from the silence of people not going to the museum and looking at the pieces that are displayed and asking questions of what have you been asked to have removed from your museums. I know one of the things that they had removed from the museum is that 4547 was twice impeached. This just wasn't about 4547. This was the history of presidents who had been impeached. And so his twice impeachments were removed, and then that hit the media. And when that hit the media, they recently put that back in, but they reworded it for him. They took it out. They thought they were sneaking it out, and then they put it back in, reworded. So let's dive into this a little bit.
I'm Amy Goodman. President Trump said Tuesday the Smithsonian Institution was too narrowly focused on negative aspects of U.S. history, including, quote, how bad slavery was, unquote. Trump's social media posts minimizing the horrors of chattel slavery came after the White House ordered a far-reaching review of Smithsonian Museum exhibitions in order to ensure they align with Trump's interpretation of U.S. history. In July, the Smithsonian's National Museum of American History removed references to President Trump's 2 impeachments from an exhibit. The Washington Post reports the change occurred during a content review done under pressure from the White House to remove an art museum director. The references were restored earlier this month, though with changes to the prior text. In a letter to the Secretary of the Smithsonian, Lonnie Bunch, the White House writes that first museums to be reviewed would include the National Museums of American History, of African American History and Culture, the National Museum of the American Indian, among several others. Well, in early 2020, just before the pandemic, I had the opportunity to sit down with Lonnie Bunch of Busboys and Poets in Washington, D.C., on the occasion of his release of his new book, A Fool's Errand, Creating the National Museum of African American History and Culture in the Age of Bush, Obama, and Trump. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the 14th Secretary of the Smithsonian.
Miracles do happen.
So, how does it feel, Lonnie Bunch III, to be the first African-American head of the Smithsonian and the first historian leading the Smithsonian?
I think that for me, being the head of the Smithsonian is my way of thanking Frederick Douglass. In the 19th century, Frederick Douglass was denied the opportunity to speak at the Smithsonian by the Secretary of the Smithsonian. So when I became secretary, the first thought of my mind was, way to go, Fred.
Wait, you have to tell that story. What actually happened?
So Frederick Douglass was going to speak about abolitionism, and the Secretary of the Smithsonian said, we do not want anybody black speaking at the Smithsonian. And Frederick Douglass never spoke there. So for me, this is about saying this isn't the same old Smithsonian anymore.
So talk about the location of the museum and the battle you fought.
This isn't the old Smithsonian anymore. But don't forget, 4547 said that he was going to make America great. What again? Let's continue.
You almost resigned over this.
Normally, Congress tells the Smithsonian, put a building here. In this case, there was a concern that this would be the last spot on the mall. And many people were concerned that, should that be an African-American museum? And there were other spots that they wanted the museum to be. Places I still can't find. I don't know where the hell they were. But the notion was you had to make an argument where the museum should be, and let's convince the regents in Congress. So I made this argument that, the mall is where the world comes to understand what it means to be an American. And that means that story is incomplete. Look at those white buildings. Something's missing. And I said, the museum needs to be on the mall. But I realized that I didn't have any control over that. So I remember working with Kinshasa Coleman Conwell, who was my deputy, who was just brilliant. Please clap for her, because she did so much work. And so we brought in some consultants about crisis management in case we didn't get the answer we wanted. And we figured, who knew crisis management? Clinton. So we called Clinton people. And they said to me, what are you going to do if you get a spot in the middle of nowhere that's horrible? And I wasn't sure what to do. And they said, oh, we know what you're going to do. You're going to walk. You're going to quit. So I knew that if we didn't get the spot I wanted, I was going to have to quit. Because I could not let them use me to put black culture in the corner, in the back, in the dark.
They wanted to put them on the back of the bus. You go to the back of the bus. You cannot have this last spot on the Mall of Washington, D.C. That's what they wanted to do. This is what this man went through to get this museum in the mall and recognized. It's not the slave history museum. This is the African American museum. This is what it is. So all of the conversation around slavery, this has nothing to do with museum. African American life is more than slavery. And see that they want to rob all other aspects of African American life, and they want to hush that we overcame, even though how we first entered America to the heights that we have come individually, respectively. Let's continue.
But I must admit, when the Smithsonian said, you'll be where we are on the corner of 14th and 15th and Constitution, all I could think about was the 14th and 15th Amendment. Here we come. One of the most important things for me was to talk about the slave trade. And I had been in museums that made, recreated slave trade. And I'm not going to be critical of it, but I hated that stuff. So I felt that we had to find real remnants of a slave ship. And so I talked to people like James Early, many of my friends, and we realized that we had to basically map the ocean floor, because that's where most of the ships were. And we spent 2 years, James, you remember, going to Cuba, negotiating with everybody to allow us to dive for a slave ship that sank off the coast of Matanzas, which is 60 miles east of Havana. And we couldn't get permission to do it. Then I got lucky. I had taught every summer in the 90s in South Africa. I met a lot of people, taught on Robben Island. And one of my former students
met Nelson Mandela.
Well, I met Nelson Mandela with James Early. Nothing happens if you're not with James Early. But what this student said is, could you bring the resources to help find the ship? And we did. We found the São José. It was a ship that left Lisbon in 1794, went all the way to Mozambique and picked up 512 people from the Makua tribe, was on its way back to the New World when it sank off the coast of Cape Town. Half of the people were lost. The other half were rescued and sold the next day. So we have no idea about them. But I felt really obligated to go back and talk to the Makua people. So I went to Mozambique and met with the chief of the Makua people. And he said to me, I want to give you a gift. And he gave me a vessel, a bowl that was wrapped in cowrie shells. And when I opened it, it was full of dirt. And I'm trying to figure out the gift. And then he said, his ancestors have begged me to take this soil, take it back to the site of the wreck, sprinkle it over the site of the wreck, so for the first time since 1794, my people can sleep in their own land. That's what we did.
Can you talk about the collections inside?
Well, one of the challenges is not having anything to begin with. And the truth is, we thought about, should this be a museum driven by technology? But it's the Smithsonian. You go to see the Ruby Slipper, the Greensboro lunch counter, some airplane, and that, I should say it differently, the Wright Flyer or the Vin Frizz. I'm now secretary of the whole thing, I gotta remember that. But I think what's important is that we had to build collections. And I wasn't sure how we could do it. We didn't have a lot of money. And so one night I'd come home from work late and I fell asleep in front of the television. And I woke up and there was something called Antique Roadshow. I had never heard of it. And I thought, what a good idea, I'll steal it. So what we did is we rebranded it, Saving African American Treasures, and we went around the country and we worked with local museums to preserve and conserve grandma's old shawl or that 19th century photograph. And then what would happen is people would then say, wow, we've got stuff, do you want it? And we would say, give most of it to the local museums, but if it was really cool, we came back to DC. And what would happen is either we got things then or people heard about us and they called us. And the one that I always tell is so meaningful to me, I got a call from a great collector named Charles Bloxon. in Philadelphia who said he had material from Harriet Tubman. And I said, I'm a 19th century historian. Nobody's got anything from Harriet Tubman. There are 2 tiny artifacts in her house in Auburn, New York, and that's it. And he said, look, would you at least come up and take a look? And I respected him, but also he said he'd buy me a Philadelphia cheesesteak. So I said, all right, I'll come. So I go up, and Bloxon was a big man, 6'4", 300 pounds, big man. And he came out carrying a tiny little box. And in the box, he reached in and pulled out photographs of Harriet Tubman's funeral that I had never seen. And I said, oh my goodness. And he got excited and he punched me. It hurt. I mean, it really hurt. He pulled out 33 things, and every time he punched me. I was doing my best rope-a-dope trying to, it hurt. Then he pulled out a hymnal that had all those spirituals that Harriet Tubman would sing when she would alert the enslaved, steal away Jesus, swing low, sweet chariot. And there it was. And by then, I am crying. I don't know what to do. I don't know if it's from the pain or the pleasure, but I'm crying. But what really scared me was I looked at this and I thought, I can't afford this. How am I going to do this? So I danced around. I said, listen, what's it going to take for this to come to the Smithsonian? And Dr. Bloxon said, shake my hand. And it was that kind of generosity that allowed us to build the museum. We collected 40,000 artifacts, of which 70% came out of basements, trunks, and attics of people's homes. So the
Oh Lord. Listen, I was reading this. The museums throughout Washington, but all over the country, are essentially the last remaining segments of woke. The Smithsonian is out of control, where everything discussed is how horrible our country is and how bad slavery was. And what I said was, if you want to finish that uh, that video I was sharing with you, uh, go over in the description box. It is there. I want you guys to understand all of the things that it took to get an American museum that concentrated on African what Americans. This is not a history in slavery. This is not a slavery museum. It's an African American museum. All of people in across this country help contribute to the actual factual telling about Black life in America, which started with slavery. So why shouldn't that be accurate as well? You see what he went through to get this museum going, and all the artifacts, or trying to make sure that they had true relevance to the African American lifestyle. Okay, that's what I was saying. And then I was reading this. It's the last. The museums are the last remaining segment of woke. The Smithsonian is out of control, where everything discussed is how horrible our country is, how bad slavery was. So what you're saying, the Smithsonian is saying that the country is horrible, and you're saying that's a lie. And slavery was bad. So you're saying that slavery wasn't bad. So what I said was, if slavery wasn't so bad, why don't they relinquish all of the profits that they had handed down from their ancestors that they attained through slavery, and why don't they let us enslave them for 400 years? Now, we're back on track. Hey, Kevin Kelly. Hey, Sandy. I'm sorry I have my sound off. I will make sure I won't do it again. Now, I also said that this came out after that Jillian Michaels spot on Abby Phillips' show on CNN. I showed you what she had to say, and now she's crying victim. But 4547 latched on to this and said that everybody is trying to say this, that, and the other. Okay. And then he says, and how unaccomplished the downtrodden have been. Now, I want you to understand what he's saying right there. He said, and how unaccomplished the downtrodden have been. Who are the downtrodden? Who are these downtrodden that he's speaking of? He's speaking of Black people. And he's saying, and how unaccomplished the Black people have been. Nothing about success, nothing about brightness, nothing about the future. That is absolutely not true. All of that is in the museum. That is not true. All of the stuff about our brightness, about our future, is in the museum. But see, the thing about it is, you can't never see our brightness. You can that they can't never see our brightness. You should be able to see our brightness when you step on the elevator. You should be able to see our brightness when you have your butler or your maid iron your clothes, wash your clothes, dry your clothes. You should be able to see our brightness when you have somebody run to the refrigerator for your Diet Coke. Our brightness has built this country. Our engineering, our inventions have built this country. But they don't want anybody else to see our brightness. How dare him act like the slavery is the only thing that is in this museum. And all the brightness, he just walked by, don't acknowledge our brightness. Yeah, she's the exercise lady, Melissa. The fact that there is such a museum is showing our success. The fact that there is such a museum is showing our success and brightness. Exactly. Okay. Okay, so we're over that. Nothing about success, nothing about brightness, nothing about the future. We are not going to allow this to happen. I have instructed my attorneys to go through the museums. Now, we have a historian who is setting up the museum, but he's going to have his attorneys. What does the attorneys know about actual factual history? His attorneys to go through and pull out what he tells them to pull out that makes him uncomfortable about our greatness. And what makes them uncomfortable about the lack of their own greatness, to the point that they couldn't even grow crops in America. That they couldn't even survive in America without somebody coming over here and showing them and not showing them and plowing their land for crops that they couldn't do themselves. That's what you don't want us to see. But I digress. Okay. The same process that has been done with colleges. Don't want people to be intelligent, and university where there's tremendous progress has been made. This country cannot be woke. We must have a bunch of dumb sheep in this country because woke is broke. Woke is broke. Okay. Okay. Woke is broke. We have the hottest country in the world, and we want people to talk about it, including in our museum. So let me share this Jillian Michaels segment with you guys. If you haven't seen it, oops, don't forget he's running in 2028. So he's doing his all to be authoritarian in the United States. Let me show you. He tweeted this after this segment on CNN, and I want
well, let's talk about the fact that when you look
let's
talk about the fact.
I mean, slavery in America was.
Do you realize that only you cannot tie imperialism and.
I want you to hear who brought up slavery. Now she says you cannot tie imperialism with something. Hold on, let's start it over.
You cannot tie imperialism and racism and slavery to just one race, which is pretty much what every single exhibit does. But let's talk about the fact that when you look at slavery, let's talk about the fact that
slavery in America was.
She said, which is basically what every exhibit does. This is what she said. Did you hear her say that? She said that you tie imperialism to slavery, and that is basically what every exhibit does. Now, understand something that you didn't understand when she was sitting here talking this shit. What she said prior to that is she said that she has 50 pages of exhibits that were problematic sitting in front of her. She just said that every exhibit talks about the connection of slavery. But I need you to listen to her. This lady has not been to the museum. How did she get this 50 pages of exhibits sitting in front of her? She called the White House and asked them, what exactly are the exhibits you're talking about? And she gets these, and she has 50 pages of these I want to show you. But then when she gets on the rope, watch what she says. Watch what she says. How do I know? I'm going to show you how I know where she got them from.
Do you realize that only less than 2% of white Americans own slaves?
But it was a system of white supremacy.
You realize that slavery is thousands of years old?
White people were
Do you know
the slave
who
owners.
was the first race to try to end slavery?
So, do you know that Black people weren't the first people enslaved? We're not talking about Black people. We're talking about American museums. Now, she goes off on this wide tangent about you guys weren't the only ones who were enslaved, how they always do. Let's continue.
It's controversial.
I'm very surprised.
This is an extraordinary exercise in historical revisionism.
I'm really surprised.
Do you realize that?
Jillian, I'm surprised that you're trying to litigate who was the beneficiary of slavery and who was not.
What I'm trying to tell you is
in
that
the context of American history,
Okay.
In the context of American history, what are you saying is incorrect by
What
by
I'm saying is
that
you
it was white
cannot-
people oppressing black
Every
people?
single thing is like, oh, no, this is all because white people bad. And that's just not the truth.
So we're supposed to just take everything out of our museums, but you're saying that we're saying white people bad. But is it it's not white people being bad telling us to take our actual facts out of our museum, and when we call it for what it was, you want to muddy it down to, oh, everything is white people bad. She's gonna get to start to talking about the people who came over from Cuba, all of this in this conversation about taking things out of the museum. So watch her deflect, because she don't know what the fuck she talking about. She has a black child that she has adopted from Haiti. Understand?
Like, for example, every single exhibit, I have a list of every single one. Like, people migrated from Cuba because white people bad. Not
Okay, so what sense does that make? I have a list of every single one. And she just said that every single one is because are white people bad. That they want, that she got from the White House she said, I got a copy of the questions that were going to be asked on this show. So I called the White House to get some more information, and she's blaming us about what she received, as if we are complaining about white people bad. No, what is happening is white people are seeing how bad they were, and they are trying to brush it under the carpet. That's what is on those 50 sheets of paper, is how white people were bad. But they're trying to act as if never happened. They're trying to serve pro it like it never happened. You know, the company ServPro, if your home get flooded out, they'll come and clean up your house like it never even happened, just like it was brand new, like it ain't never happened, it never been flooded out. That's what this bitch trying to do.
Not because of past. Yes, no, it's in there. That's what I'm saying. You don't actually know what's in there. Do you know that when you walk in the front door, the first thing you see is the gay flag?
Jillian, you have a lot of.
Now, how does she know that you don't know what's in there? Do you know when you go in there, there's a gay flag, but do you know that they don't like your gay ass? Do you know that? Now she's telling people that they don't know what's in the museum because they've never been there. She has her talking points from the White House, so therefore everything she's saying is correct. Let's continue.
Stuff in front
Yeah,
of
I
you.
do,
What
because I don't,
exactly
because here's the
are
thing.
you talking about?
Okay, I'll give you an example.
Yeah, please.
There's one called Change Your Game, right? This has been an installation there. Is gender testing fair in sports?
But you just said everything in there was about slavery and how white people bad. So when you are given an opportunity to list some shit that you don't even know nothing about, now you're off topic talking about transports. The favorite bullhorn whistle, the favorite whistle that you guys use, transport. They get people up in dog whistle.
Does that, and then it goes on to talk about how it's complete.
Does that what? What is your question? Because we weren't talking about transports, bitch. She can't even ask a question because she was so stupid to even bring that up when given that opportunity to talk.
Complex to do gender testing in sports. It's not complex. It's basic science. That's untrue. It's XX chromosome, XY chromosome. That's sports. Is it fair to have biological men competing against biological women in sports?
So okay, let's take this let's discuss this. How does having that exhibit mean white people bad? How does having that exhibit equate to her earlier statement that everything is about slavery and how white people bad? Am I wrong? Okay, let's continue.
No, but why is this in the Smithsonian? So it's
Well, look,
it's
I mean,
been completely captured.
First of all, I don't
and
think
it's totally
we don't.
partisan.
First of all, we don't have time to litigate
Of
all of this.
course we don't, because then you're going to
But I
lose
do.
the
No, no, no.
argument.
No,
and
no.
if everything
Here's
is
what
racialized, just like you're trying to do to me now.
Now, she said we don't have time to do all of this. They were talking about she got off topic and was talking about trans stuff, and she said I don't have time to litigate this all. I know we don't, because if you make everything racial, and then just like you're trying to do to me now. What did Abby say about anything about race? We don't have time to talk about this trans shit that you got off topic with, trying to say that everything was about white people bad, bitch. Now she's the victim, just like you're trying to do to me now. Let's continue.
Excuse me.
It's like, I can't believe you're trying to suggest, that slavery
just to
is
be
a good
clear,
thing.
you brought up race.
No,
this was a conversation about the arts, and you brought up race.
It isn't.
You brought up.
But the whole point of this is that the issue
you brought up slavery, and you brought up the question of whether. You brought up the question of whether or not.
Actually, she did not. The woman on the other end of the panel said that they are trying to whitewash slavery. So where did Abby Phillips bring up anything, bitch? Let's continue.
Slavery in the United States is about race. The answer is
no, I
yes.
Didn't. I did
Slavery
not say
in the United States
No, don't
is
straw man my
about
argument,
race.
because that's not what I said.
So what are
she
you
brought
talking
up
about?
slavery, and what I was talking about is that this isn't really about that. When you make every single exhibit about white imperialism when it isn't relevant at all, that is a problem. So what you're talking about.
So why be specific? I'll bring up an exhibit. Oh, we gave you the chance, and you wanted to talk about trans athletes, bitch. Bye.
About Cubans leaving Cuba, and you make it about white people bad. That's not accurate. That's my point.
All right, we're going to move on from that.
You cannot tie imperialism and racism and slavery to just one race, which is pretty much what every single exhibit does. But let's talk about the fact that when you.
Now, who said every single exhibit connects it to slavery and race? This is how the conversation started. And now she's the victim of everyone. Now she's going out on tours. Okay, I'm going to leave you with that. Now let's she's doubled down on this. Now how did I find out that she actually went to another platform, some woman's platform in Florida, and she has doubled down on her bullshit and lies. Let's check this out. There is an update to her bullshit. Okay, let me share my screen with you. This is in my description box.
Degeneracy. Here it is.
He's not whitewashing slavery. So he's not. No, okay. He's not. And you can.
Hold on. I gotta slow this down. Also, what she doubles down on, she says that people white people don't understand it, and black people tell them they shouldn't have to explain it to them, and so they go away with not understanding it. Do you not get educated just like us? If you don't understand it, maybe you ought to not stop taking your field notes to bring on a talk show to talk about something you have no idea about. If you want to actually talk about it, you should go to the museum. You don't hear me talking about what happened in what's being displayed in the Japanese museum, because I haven't been there to discuss what is displayed there. Let's go.
Jillian Michaels doubles down on the mention of black degeneracy. Here it is.
He's not whitewashing slavery. So he's not? He's not. No, okay. He's not. And you cannot tie imperialism and racism and slavery to just one race, which is pretty much what every single exhibit does. But let's talk about the fact that when you
She said they're trying imperialism and racism and slavery to just about every exhibit. But she didn't say that. She didn't say that. I think the bitch is a fucking pathological fool.
Anti-slavery. Let's talk about the facts.
I mean, slavery in America was a
Do you realize
system
that
of white
only
supremacy.
less than 2% of white Americans own slaves?
But it was a system of white supremacy.
You realize that slavery is thousands of years old?
White people were
Do you know
the slave
who
owners.
was the first race to try to end slavery?
Wait a second.
Well, what's controversial?
I'm very surprised.
Do you know who the first people were who tried to end slavery? That's another little argument that they put out. White people were the one who ended slavery. Don't you know that? And they ended what? Who started? They ended what they started themselves. How come they not talking to you about? Do you know that white people started slavery and gained so much economically from slavery? How come you're not saying that? She said, do you know who ended slavery?
This is an extraordinary exercise in historical revisionism.
I'm really surprised.
Do you realize that?
Jillian, I'm surprised that you're trying to litigate who was the beneficiary of slavery and who was not.
What I'm trying to tell you is that
in the context of American history,
okay.
in the context of American history, what are you saying is incorrect by saying that it was white people oppressing black people?
Every single thing is like, oh, no, this is all because white people bad.
I don't
and
think
it's totally partisan.
We don't, first of all, we don't have time to litigate all of this.
Of course we don't, because then you're going to lose the argument.
No,
everything is racialized, just like you're trying to do to me now.
Excuse me?
That's a reminder of the first time we talked about this, provided the facts, and obviously, Ms. Michaels, you get your facts about racism from Nick Fuentes. Here's the thing. She doubled down. Now, this is after you have the opportunity to listen to folk tell you the truth, and I'm sure somebody on social media reminded you of what the facts actually are. Then the response to the proclamation is made. Here it is.
Less than 2% of white Americans own slaves.
But it was a system of white supremacy.
You realize that slavery is thousands of years old?
White people were
Do you know
the slave
who
owners.
was the first race to try to end slavery?
That's an incredibly misleading statistic, because even the Americans who did not own slaves also participated in slavery by benefiting from the economic system of slavery, the political system of slavery, and culturally treating black people as if they were not human. But Jillian didn't acknowledge any of those things, and that, I think, is really what shocked so many of us at the table. Since then, she's doubled down, and she's even said that she had reached out to the White House before coming on the show to ask them about which Smithsonian exhibits they wanted to dispute. She acknowledged that none of the talking points provided by the White House, according to her, had to do with slavery, and yet she still decided to downplay it at the Newsnight table. Fast forward a couple of days later, and now President Trump is actually also downplaying slavery, suggesting that the Smithsonian talks about it too much and overemphasizes the negative of slavery in the context of American history.
That's correct. And Ms. Abby Phillip, great job, by the way. I'm very impressed. So, as Michael said, yeah, I called White House. Yep, I called White House, had a conversation. It's called a co-conspiracy, okay? It is a messaging co-conspiracy. It is intentional, it is by design, and they've been doing it for a very long time. Now, Ms. Michaels responds to tell her side of the story at an event. Here it is.
I go on CNN and I get the topics ahead of time. So one of them is that Trump is trying to revise history by asking the Smithsonian to revisit some of their installations.
What does that mean, like art piece?
I wasn't sure.
Okay.
So I asked the same question. And so I reached out to the comms team at the White House. I said, listen, this is going to come up. Can I ask you, what installations is the administration taking umbrage with? Can you send it to me? So they send me a document, and it's about 50 pages.
Oh, my word.
Not one thing in the document, not one installation actually is about slavery. This one woman on the other side immediately goes to Trump is whitewashing slavery. So with unbelievable confidence, knowing what was in there, I'm like, no, he's not.
Not one thing she says was about slavery, but she sat up there and said that everything in the museum was about how white people bad, connecting imperialism, racism, and slavery was in all of the exhibits, only to go turn around and say that all of this 50-page document, now nothing was about slavery. Did you heard this? The links are in my description box. She started off that segment saying that everybody was trying to connect everything to slavery, and all of these things in the museum was trying to connect slavery, imperialism, and racism in their exhibits. That's what the bitch said. Okay. I just want to be clear. I just want you to see the fucking foolery and the trickery. That's why they don't want African American history study. That's why they are changing all of the history books to give your children these lies. And we're not going. Let me finish this up.
And then when I said no, he's not, then Abby Phillips and Richie Torres essentially, I guess, made some sort of assumption that I was trying to defend slavery. I'm not quite sure where they got that impression.
They got that impression because you sat up there and defended slavery. They got that from your actual comments saying that everything in the museum was about racism and slavery in the museum. That's where they got that from.
Constantly talk about white supremacy, but we look the other way with black degeneracy. It begets white hostility that then, but we look the other way with black assumption that I was trying to defend slavery. I'm not quite sure where they got that impression. We constantly talk about white supremacy, but we look the other way with black degeneracy.
Now, she said we always talk about white supremacy. She's not talking about herself. She's talking about black people who bring up the facts that are in your face. I guess she lives in a race-free world. I don't see race type of person. And how dare you point out the facts? We always talk about white supremacy and ignore black degeneracy. That's what she said.
It begets white hostility that then validates and begets white degeneracy.
It begets white hostility that then begets white degeneracy. So what she's saying there is saying that you black people are always talking about race while ignoring your own degeneracy, and then that begets white people getting mad at you, always talking about us but never looking at yourself, which then begets the white degeneracy. It's white degeneracy on you because you are ignoring your degeneracy in yourselves. So therefore, white people are lashing out on you, but it's your fault. That's what the bitch said. That is what she's saying. I'll play that a little bit again. It's not their fault that they're treating you this way. It's your fault because you're ignoring your own degeneracy.
We constantly talk about white supremacy, but we look the other way with black degeneracy. It begets white hostility that then validates and begets white degeneracy. And it's this impossible cycle.
And she said it validates white degeneracy. It's valid. Okay, let's finish.
So I turn around to Richie Torres and I was like, do you realize that less than 2% of Americans white Americans owned slaves? Wow. And the reason I say this is I'm not trying to whitewash slavery.
Yes, you are.
It's because not all white people are the enemy. White people, we really don't understand. We don't. And then black people are like, I don't have to explain this to you. And it's like, maybe you do. Maybe you do. And white people, even though you may not have been responsible for it and you don't want to get another lecture, I think you need to sit there and listen long enough to understand why the pain is still there.
Now, would she ask that of a Jewish person? Would she ask that of a Jewish? Would she just flippantly say, "Oh, we don't understand," and yeah, maybe I have to sit here and listen to another lecture to find out why the pain is still there, as a Benjamin Netanyahu is taking over the West Bank on today and actually committing genocide and ethnic cleansing in Palestine. But if somebody just poo-poo that away, poo-poo what I'm pretty sure she don't like you talking about that. But we should always remember what happened to the Jewish people. But she's poo-pooing away what happened to the black people on a much larger and longer scale. Okay. So, what else is she ignoring? Uh, what the fuck? She sounds like a character in Living Color that used to try to use big words and sounded crazy. If they try to explain it, she ain't gonna listen anyway. Exactly, exactly. Now, it kills me how she thinks we are too dumb to comprehend. Exactly, exactly. Now, what it now what she don't what doesn't she understand? What is she ignoring? What contextually she left out the part that where half of the United States at the time of the Civil War succeeded in hopes of preserving slavery. The southern states that had slaves, they succeeded from the Union, but she still decided to count the ones who had not seceded from the Union to get to her 2% of white people owned slaves. I think it was Virginia, Mississippi, all of the slave countries, all the I think it was Tennessee, the Carolinas, Louisiana, Texas. These are the states she's talking to get her 2% of people in white people in America that own slaves. Okay, I said that already. Regardless of the number of white people who physically own black people, a whole lot more white people definitely fought for the rights of the owners to continue to own black people. Duke professor Sandy Dartry has been quoted as saying that certain Confederate states had populations where 20% of white people owned enslaved black people, and in Mississippi and South Carolina, numbers hit up to 50% of white people owned black people of these slave only states. So this 2% that they're giving you, I think that's why they don't want you to know your history, so they can diminish the facts. Okay, Hannah Jones. We're gonna play something for Hannah Jones. Hannah Jones is the creator of the 1619 Project. She has rebutted this, and I'm gonna play a little bit of her rebuttal. Hannah Jones, the Pulitzer Prize winning journalist who created the 1619 Project, who has spent her career reframing American history around the legacy of slavery, posted her rebuttal. But she detailed how cotton picked by enslaved labor represented half of all U.S. exports, fueling the country's banks, factories, and institutions. Without slavery, our nation would be unrecognizable to us, she said. We cannot let them choose the parameters. We cannot let them choose the parameters of the conversation in order to obfuscate the truth. There I have two more. I wanted to show you what they are leaving out. With the next time you hear these weak arguments of how unimportant slavery and slaves were to this nation, she highlighted how slavery's reach extended far beyond the South for the cotton's from the cotton the Brooks Brothers used to tailor in its suits to the New York Stock Exchange, which was established in part to finance slavery-dependent enterprises. Enslavement, she emphasized, enriched the United States presidents, members of Congress, Supreme Court justices, and many of the men whose faces are stamped on American currency today. One more I want to leave you with. Let me see. All but one of the people on our cash currency engaged in African slavery. She highlighted. Hannah Jones also drew a modern analogy. She drew a modern analogy to today's tech giants. This is the one. Think about this. Let's pretend like slave owners were Elon Musk and the rest of the tech giants. She drew an analogy about the tech giants, noting that while a very small percentage of Americans own companies like Apple, Meta, Amazon, their influence is inescapable. It is a tiny percent. I'm doubtful that it's even 1% of Americans, she said. Yet no one would credibly argue that social media companies are not what is this? Are not ambiguous across all of American lives. Are not plastered all over American life today. The percentage of people who while our name is not on any of these companies, while we have no shares in these companies are worth billions of dollars. So that's let me show you her. Let me show you what she had to say herself. Let me say. Here is her rebuttal. Let me see. Here we go.
Hey y'all, I do not usually do these videos, but as a creator of the 1619 Project and someone who has studied the history of slavery for 3 decades, I could not let that viral CNN clip of Jillian Michaels stand. I have to first state that the times are far too serious and dangerous for us to lend our platforms to harmful nonsense. It's simply irresponsible, with everything that's happening in this country, to have someone as credentialless as Jillian Michaels on a major network show legitimizing the erasure of our history. Now, I know there have been some viral efforts to debunk her claim that somehow slavery was a side institution in the United States because less than 2% of white people own slaves. But even those efforts, while valiant, by embracing this right-wing framing, they still aren't really getting to it. You see, this is how numbers and data, though technically true, can also be lies. And this is why we can't let bad faith actors set the parameters of the debate or of our collective understanding. So please bear with me because this is a lot. Let's take the fewer than 2% of white people own slaves at face value, though we know that number is technically incorrect. And let's apply that standard to any other industry. What percentage of Americans own social media companies or technology companies such as Apple? It's a tiny percentage. I'm doubtful if it's even 1% of Americans. And yet no one would credibly argue that social media companies are not ubiquitous across American life, that they don't play a major influence on our political, social, and economic life in America. And in fact, what we know is that more than 70% of Americans use social media, though hardly any Americans own social media platforms. There's a reason that the heads of Meta, Apple, and Amazon, Google, and X all took part in Trump's inauguration festivities, with several of them standing on the actual dais during Trump's inauguration. These men also happen to be amongst the wealthiest in the world and demonstrate how a small cadre of super wealthy men can have an outsized impact on American politics and culture. This is just critical thinking, y'all. So if we want to play the numbers game, the much more important measure is what percentage of Americans owned slaves? No, but what percentage of those empowered did? So here we go. Before 1865, the end of slavery in the United States, 63% of U.S. presidents had been slave owners at some point in their lives. More than 1,800 members of Congress owned slaves, meaning between 1789 and 1819, more than half of the men elected to Congress each session were slave owners. What about the Supreme Court? 26 of this nation's first 30 Supreme Court justices were enslavers, and about half of all the Supreme Court justices before the Civil War were enslavers. So many Supreme Court justices were enslavers that if we added up all the Supreme Court justices coming all the way to this present court, 1 out of 4 of all Supreme Court justices in this nation's history were enslavers. I mean, let's just look at our money. All but one of the people on our cash currency engaged in African slavery. Look at the $1 bill, $2 bill, 10, 20, 50, 100. All these men engaged in slavery. It's weird that we didn't value all those non-slave holding white people enough to put them on our money. The majority of the most powerful men in this country, the men who made the federal laws, interpreted the laws, and enforced the laws, built their wealth on African slavery. And I assure you, that number says much more about the country we inhabit than that 2%. But let's not stop there, because even limiting the boundaries of the conversation to those who owned other human beings is highly misleading. Much like technology today, slavery in the United States was a national endeavor that undergirded not just our political system, but our entire economy. During the height of slavery, it was not the Northeast, Boston or New York, but the Mississippi River Valley in the Deep South that had more millionaires per capita than anywhere in the nation. And the Confederacy, had it succeeded at being a separate country, would have been the 4th richest nation in the world when the Civil War started. Enslaved people in the U.S. produced 7/8 of the world's cotton supply. Enslaved-grown cotton constituted 50% of all U.S. exports, making it the #1 export in America. And the North was completely intertwined in slavery, so much so that at the start of the Civil War, New York City actually considered seceding from the Union because the economy of the nation's trade capital was so heavily reliant on slavery. White enslavers financed their operations through New York banks, protected their enslaved property through New York insurance companies, and transported their slave-grown cotton on New York ships, flooding $200 million into New York's economy every year. Enslaved people built the famous wall that Wall Street is named after. Famous companies such as Lehman Brothers are rooted in slavery. The Lehman Brothers began as cotton brokers in Alabama before moving to New York to help establish the New York Stock Exchange. Brooks Brothers made not only fine suits, but slave cloth outfits to clothe the enslaved. Domino Sugar dominated based on slave-grown sugar. As a result, by some estimates, New York received 40% of all U.S. cotton revenue. They didn't have to own the slaves to profit greatly from slavery. Northern states may have outlawed slavery, but they continued to profit off of slavery and the slave trade. We learn about the marvels of the Industrial Revolution, but that revolution was made possible not just by technology, but
by black engineering.
By cheap slave-grown cotton. Rhode Island outlawed slavery in 1787, but built its economy on the slave trade. 60% of all ships in the U.S., slave ships, left Rhode Island, and they spawned an entire enterprise to support these slave traders, shipbuilders, sailors, carpenters, rope makers. James DeWitt, he was a Rhode Island slave trader, and when he died in 1837, he was the 2nd richest person in America. I could go.
What you say? Now, see, they don't want. They want you to feel like nobody gained in this. That would go to hand in hand with reparations. So all of the heirs of. Let me make sure my mic is on. Are all of their heirs willing to trade places with us now? since it wasn't that bad. But how good was it for the unenslaved? How good was it for white people? How good was it for them?
On and on, but this video is already long enough. I mean, I could talk about how our Ivy League universities either owned, hired, or invested in enslaved people. How places like Yale, for instance, are named after a slave trafficker in Georgetown sold slaves it owned down south to avoid having to close its doors. I could talk about while, quote unquote, only 2% of white people owned slaves, by the time of the Civil War, the United States, the land of the free, had the largest enslaved population in the world. That the value of those enslaved people, that human property, was greater than all of this nation's factories, railroads, and banks combined. In other words, the United States economy and political systems were built in significant part by slavery. This is simply undeniable. Without slavery, our nation would be unrecognizable to us. We cannot let them choose the parameters of the conversation in order to obfuscate the truth. That is disinformation. And the times are too serious for us to proliferate a simplistic, unsophisticated, and childish understanding of the history of slavery in the United States, because they are using this mythology to justify erasing our history because they want to erase our rights.
They didn't want to recognize the Africans as humans. So what did they do with these non-human people? If they were like cattle or something, what did they do with them? They procreated with them. This was the mindset of the white slave owners, and all of his white hands that he had to whip them while they were in the field. This is what they were doing with their animals. But can we talk about that? Can we talk about the deviance of the white man? No, we can't talk about the deviance of the white man because it would hurt their feelings. We ain't even touched on none of that. But they didn't want to recognize us as humans. Okay, so that is in my description box, and I have a now they're talking about Prager University. I showed the little cartoon clip. They have a Christopher Columbus series. It's not a Christopher Columbus series. It's a series, a cartoon series. I'm not going to put their link on here. I told you where you can find it, PragerU. Since PBS is gone, they want to substitute the learning that you got with Ernie and Bert and whatever else you learned by watching PBS, how to make sentences, how to read, how to write, how to know your colors, how to count. They want to put in PragerU in the place of PBS. 4547 has said as much. And so let's be clear. PragerU had a cartoon. It's about a brother and sister who, when they have a question of something they don't know, they have a little cell phone they can type in, and then they are transported to that time in history. And the way they are rewriting history. Now, this is what they want to put in our schools. So we know that the Department of Education, they have gotten away with. We know that most of the states in the United States are red states. But so beware. That's why they wanted to get rid of the Department of Education, and that's why they are taking shit out of the museums and stuff like that, because they are trying to recalibrate the whole United States, and they're trying to put black people back in a position that they want to have black people in. I showed you these white supremacists who are buying up all of this land, but one group said they don't mind if black people live there as long as they know their place and don't try to pull political gains by pulling on the heartstrings about what's been done to you. What's been done to you, you just live with it. You can't get no political power from it. But they find that the way that they are going to grow their community is to have political power for themselves. But they're clearly stating that they don't mind people living in their community if there are like, I think Frederick Douglass was the person that they said. They don't mind those type of black people, but do not try to get any political power. See, let's be clear. This is happening in Tennessee. They want political power to grow this country. Now, I'm not. PragerU had the cartoon where they transported themselves. They had a question about why some people like Columbus Day as a holiday. Why some people hate it and say that Columbus was the worst thing and blah blah blah. So they transport themselves and they visit with Christopher Columbus. And there was a clip that was I think it went viral, where Christopher Columbus tells these children that they said, well, they said you put people in slavery and that you are the one who started slavery. And he said, well, what is so bad about that? They were still alive, weren't they? It's better to be a slave than to be dead. This is what they want to put in your children's schools. So at least they weren't dead. And PragerU. Now, hearing of the mindset that comes from PragerU, who would go on PragerU and give a antidote about slavery? What a black woman would go on PragerU? Hey, Kimberly Black. Oh, you got a gift membership? Yes, thanks. 2,300. Who would go on PragerU? A black woman. Can anybody? I'm not gonna have you guess. Y'all know it ain't nobody but Candace Owen going on PragerU. Now I'm not gonna play PragerU's clip. I'm going to play a history teacher reviewing Candace Owens on PragerU. So I'm not going to show all of his reviewing. The link is in my description box. If you want to go over there and watch, I want you to listen what the black the black conservative who now wants her black card back because the conservatives are cursing her out and disrespecting her womanhood, like they disrespect all women, and plus she's a black woman. I'm gonna let you see her little buddies talking about her. Okay, so here's the intro. I'm just gonna play a little bit. This is for entertainment and educational.
One of the channels that I have been recommended to respond to, it's called PragerU. Now, it's a channel I've heard of and I've heard people talk about, but I have not really seen their content. So this is not only going to be just a reaction to this video, but maybe to the channel in general. Now, one of the things I like to do when I check out a new channel is to simply check out their About section. So let's take a look at it real quick. All right, so here's the page right here. Let's see what the description says. PragerU is an educational media platform dedicated to promoting pro-American values. Our videos educate, inspire, and entertain millions of online viewers. All right, so right away we have an agenda, I guess you would call it, as being is promoting something, pro-American values. So right away you get
promoting their agenda. Who is always pro-America? Who is always America first? The most racist people in the planet usually are. But let's continue. That's just my opinion.
Your bias alarm should be kind of running off. And I think as long as people...
Oh, his too. He said your bias alarm should be running off by reading just their description.
People declare that they have a bias or they have a goal that way, then I think that's fair, right? To make that known so you know what you're getting into. Serving audiences of all ages, our informative content offers a free alternative to the dominant left-wing ideology in culture, media, and education. I guess we're talking a right-wing conservative kind of view of things here. PragerU is experiencing severe censorship on big tech platforms. Go to PragerU.com to watch our videos free from censorship. All right, so I think I have an idea of what we're getting into before I even watch this video. All right, so the video I wanted to check out is my first one from PragerU, is a short history of slavery. Since a history topic and the ideas about slavery often are kind of misunderstood, that there are going to be some objective things about slavery that I would think in a history of slavery should be discussed. Now, if you know my channel pretty well, I am basically apolitical on a lot of these types of reactions and stuff, and hopefully help you develop more informed opinions on things. All right, let's get started.
And now for a brief history
of
slavery.
Candace Owens. She's a conservative one, African-American woman, so she gets talked about a lot as somebody that may break some norms that some people think usually occurs in the Republican Party. But anyways, yeah, she's a very popular conservative politician.
You need to know. Slavery was not invented by white people.
Correct.
It did not start in 1619 when the first...
There she goes. They always want you to think about slavery in the whole sense of slavery. I guess she is only talking about slavery itself, but of course she would take that route. A African American woman who sued her, I think it was her high school, used the NAACP to sue her high school for discrimination, and then turn around when she gets popular with a white ring grift that she's on, says horrible things about the NAACP, who helped her win her suit of discrimination, who wants to act as if there is no such thing as discrimination, as racism in the United States. You're just looking to have complaints, and you have not tried to pull yourself up by the bootstraps. Candace Owens. If you don't know who Candace Owens is just a brief.
Slaves came to Jamestown.
Now, I would say most people know that. I would say
you need to know. Slavery was not invented by white people.
Correct.
It did not start in 1619 when the first slaves came to Jamestown.
Now, I would say most people know that. I would say most people know that. I mean, I've been teaching for over a decade, and we talk about slavery is one of the first things you end up talking.
This is the slavery isn't so bad part of it. Let's get back to Candace Owens. I'm not gonna play too much of him. He's a history teacher. He's evaluating it on the actual historical facts.
About because slavery is often as old as society. And especially since the agricultural revolution, where people became sedentary and more of a reliance on agriculture, slavery and warfare have increased since those times. So it goes back, of course, very far. So, I mean, honestly, I want to know, put down in the comments, is this something you think is true? Like, people don't know that slavery is before the triangular trade slave network of the 17th century? Or do you know people that honestly think that way? Let me know.
Everybody
It
knew
existed
that
before
shit.
then. It did not start in 1492 when Columbus discovered the New World. In
Right.
fact, when the intrepid explorer landed in the Bahamas, the native Taino tribe hoped that he would help them defeat their aggressive neighbors, the Caribs. The Caribs enslaved the Taino and, on occasion, served them for dinner. Slavery existed in
Sure.
Africa.
Now, I'm assuming, again, objective things she's going to talk about. Definitely the European age of exploration expanded the slave trade to its biggest height ever. And with that's something that people have said. I got to look more into the etymology of the word, but yes, Slavs network that connected Africa, the Middle East, up to Africa and Asia. They enslaved the Americas.
Asia, and the Middle East. The word slave actually comes from the Slavs of Eastern Europe.
That's true.
Millions of them.
That's something that people have said. Word slaves. When you look at like the Ottoman Empire had a policy that you did not enslave other Muslims, and Eastern European Christians were among them. And Eastern European. I also want to say I've heard that
were captured and enslaved by Muslims in the 9th century and later by the Ottoman Turks. Slavery existed when the Roman Empire controlled the Mediterranean and most of Europe from the 1st through the 5th centuries. Slavery existed when Alexander the Great conquered Persia in the 4th century BC.
I mean, if you want to look at the histories there, I mean, in the Roman Empire, slavery may have consisted of to like a third of society. Now, slavery means a lot of different things in a lot of different times as far as terms of slavery and what life was like for a slave. It is very different across the world, right? Some slaves, they may have some rights. Some were exchangeable as property, which is chattel slavery, right? Or their slavery can end, or their children don't become slaves. It is pretty big. The Greek culture was like that too. Athens was probably about a third slaves as well.
It was so common that Aristotle simply considered it natural.
Yeah, he did.
The slave master model was just how the world operated in the great philosopher's day.
Well, yeah, that's because Aristotle felt that some people were inherently just like better than others, and some people were inferior that way as a awful justification. Hope she's not saying that's justified.
Slavery existed during the time of the ancient Egyptians 5,000 years ago, as far back.
Not as much as you would think, though. That's one thing people think, that the pyramids were just built by this massive amount of coerced slave labor, right? And it's just simply not as true. They had a lot of.
Okay, so I'm trying to leave. He's gonna stop interrupting so much, but it's so much wrong she has with this. But the simple fact that this is who they get to explain slavery. She said that whoever thought that it was normal, but it was not normal. A black woman.
And it depends too. Like farmers and stuff in the off season. So you have your planting season, and then in your off season where it's the growing of that they were paid for. We don't even know what. So the slavery in Egypt thing, although that was true, there was a slave labor. Some of the ways that we think slaves, how they operated in Egypt, is not necessarily true. Okay, and definitely not like the pyramids being built by like Jewish slaves or something like that. Just didn't happen.
So we can go in human history, we find slavery. As renowned historian John Steele Gordon notes from time immemorial, slaves were a major item of commerce. As much as a third of the population of the ancient world was enslaved. Here's the second thing you need to know.
Largely. I mean, there's some places where slavery was handled completely different by slavery, though.
White people were the first to formally put an end to slavery. In
The
1833, Britain was the first.
the end of slavery. She's going to talk about Britain, I think France, and the United States. So who put an end to it all over the rest of the continent? It was white people who put an end to it in all of these other regions of the world. That you want us to believe that slavery was a common thing? Let me continue. We have white people to thank for ending slavery, but who do we have to thank for enslaving us in the first place? You notice how they always get to that point? Jillian Michaels also said that. That was one of her points. This is why I'm connecting these things. That the rewriting of history to make it seem like what your ancestors did in building this nation and not getting a thing for it but death and mulatto babies, children, raped and pillaged and beaten, it was not so bad. As the cartoon said, it's better than death, isn't it?
Saying like laws.
A lot of them got death anyway. Okay, let's go.
That's
country in the history of the world to pass a Slavery Abolition Act. They were quickly followed by France, who in 1848 abolished slavery in her many colonies. Then, of course, came the 13th Amendment in the United States Constitution.
which still needed a war. Which still needed a war to to finalize. It's like the 13th.
No, Candace Owens is saying this piece of paper, this 13th Amendment, that abolished slavery, and that was it. We know that they had to fight the war, and we know that even after the war, it was 2 years before some states were alerted their slaves that they were free. Thus, we have Juneteenth. But Candace Owens said, no, it was over. White people ended the war in America in 1865.
Amendment passed, and then the Southern Confederate States were like, "Oh, all the slaves are free. Okay, we're all good. Like, okay, it's done. You know, that kind of thing." Slavery laws have changed a lot throughout history. So if she's talking about the modern chattel slavery of the transatlantic slave network, well then.
No, she's talking about slavery. You should see slavery as one thing, one big picture. She's talking about all slavery is equal.
Of course, it was ended by white Europeans. And by the way, the idea of like whiteness has also been something historically that has changed a lot. There's been times where people don't consider a lot of parts of Europe white. Like it may only mean Anglos, right? And like no, like and then like no, not even French count or Italians count or Poles count or Irish. Like over people like the Irish don't count. So that's been different. But if the argument is that it's whites that banned the slavery, but if you're talking about slavery in the 19th century, the 1800s, then of course it was them that banned it because they were the ones facilitating it in the 1800s. It couldn't be any other way because they were the ones doing that. Are you saying slave?
Exactly. She ignored all of that.
I mean, the alternative is slave.
Centuries of human slavery. White men. Centuries of human slavery.
Which happened, which ended slavery in Haiti by former slaves. But this is kind of seems like a non-argument.
Centuries of human slavery. White men led the world in putting an
It
end.
is a non-argument, but they want to make it a point. They want to It is an. I thought I had my mic off when I was talking to. It is a non-argument, but she wants to make you believe that it's a point. You should thank the white man for ending slavery for you, without going into any of the reasons why the 13th Amendment came about. Let's continue.
To the abhorrent practice. That includes the 300,000 Union soldiers, overwhelmingly white, who died during the Civil War.
Again, I guess I would say who else would have ended it?
Now, am I saying that this makes
Because she's
white
definitely
people...
referring to the transatlantic slave process of slavery, it seems like. Correct me if I'm wrong on any of these, by the way. This is a first-time reaction.
You're not wrong.
To this. Let me know down in the
Now
comments.
she's talking about the transatlantic slave trade. Now she's telling you why you should be thankful for all these white men who got rich and benefited. We understand the riches that slavery brought to this nation, but you have this black conservative grifter up here saying, "Oh, everybody had slaves. If slavery, a slave for you, once for you, one for you." Now she's narrowing it down to tell you why you should be grateful to the white man in America.
Better than anyone else? Of course not.
But that is
My
true,
purpose
though.
here is to simply
Abolitionists
tell
in
the
the
truth,
North.
and the truth is that human history is complicated. No one,
Sure.
regardless of skin color, stands guiltless.
Sure.
Yet today we are never told to consider the murderous Persian Empire or the cannibalism of indigenous tribes.
Are we guilty of our ancestors being brought over the ocean? Where's our guilt in that? Where is our guilt in that?
Of North and South America, or the heinous actions under the imperialistic Muslim, Chinese, Mongol, or Japanese empires, to name just a few.
She went from transatlantic slave back to Persia and all of these other. Who stopped their slavery? Who stopped their? Who should they be grateful for stopping their slavery? Candace, see, this is PragerU. This is what PragerU is teaching, and they want to put PragerU in these American schools. Let's be clear.
Why not? Who is not doing that? Who is they? Who's she talking about? They. There seems to be a very.
That's my mom. Who is they? Oh, say who you talking about. Who is these theys?
There's like a marginalized or really. Who is they? Who's she talking about? They. There seems to be a
Holistic Muslim, Chinese, Mongol, or Japanese empires, to name just a few.
Why not? Who is not doing that? Who is they? Who's she talking about? They. There seems to be a very there's like a marginalized or really just categorized group of this they that they're talking about, right? This is a global phenomenon. When we talk about the Mongol Empire in a classroom, are we saying, man, that eliminating like a quarter of the world's population, that was great? You know what I mean? Like, I don't think these discussions are happening in my experience.
Instead, we're told that slavery is a white phenomenon. And like all persistent lies,
which is true. I mean, it's true. It's true that that's false. It's true that that's if that is being discussed, then yeah,
it's a bunch of other lies.
It's not being discussed. You answered your own question when you first started the show, that everybody already knew that slavery came before the African slave trade.
On social media, I come across extraordinary depictions about how Africans lived like pharaohs before Europeans came and laid waste to their paradise.
They did.
They did lay waste to their paradise. Social media. So you're trying to discredit the actual facts because you got it from social media. So if you hear anything good about Africans' situation prior to being enslaved, that's just a old folklore tale. You must have got that from social media. I am on PragerU, and I'm giving you the facts, and I'm telling you Africans didn't have any wealth and didn't have any prestige prior to becoming enslaved, and that's where they learn to walk on two legs. This is what this bitch is saying in essence. If Africa didn't have any wealth, didn't know any wealth, then why are they over there digging all of Africa up to this day? Let's continue.
Well, those a lot of them did. Now you can see if she's going to go into the very important of the transatlantic slave trade, which needs to be talked about, which is where did Europeans get African slaves? Okay, now originally, some Europeans, because usually talk about the Portuguese early on, because they were the first to really extensively explore and deal with the African coastal nations of Africa, would try potentially to capture slaves themselves. But it was difficult and inefficient. So largely speaking, the transatlantic slave trade, European slave traders would deal directly with African leaders who were far more adept to being able to enslave other African tribes, warring tribes and stuff like that, and then sell those slaves for products, right? And then be able to kind of live their lifestyle in a lot of ways. A lot of people kind of have this idea that it was like when you were in Western Africa, if you were an West African nation, it was like you were either doing the enslaving or you were being enslaved, and it kind of became that scenario there.
Wish any of this were true, but it's not. It's a fantasy.
There was a lot of powerful ones. I mean, go to
now. This is what they want you to. Let me make sure my mic is on. This is what they want you to believe based on PragerU taking over PBS and PragerU being teaching a lot of history, going to a lot of classrooms since the Department of Education has been abolished. This is who they're leaning on. This is a black woman too. But she's going to get her just desserts, and I'm going to play a little bit more.
To go to the Eastern Africa, which I think she's ignoring a lot too, where that slave trade has been around a long time. Swahili Coast states, the kings of those city-states were very, very wealthy because they dealt with slave trade, they dealt with trade of all goods, and they had some fantastic palaces and stuff. We have these places, and again in Eastern Africa, where you have these palaces filled with like Chinese porcelain. We're talking hundreds of years before Europeans had ever even been to Asia before by boat or anything like that, or they'd ever been a part of this as well. So yes, there were African kings that lived quite with a lot of power because of their involvement in the slave.
Now, does it ever amazes you that somebody who is touting all of these lies get lofted up in the Republican Party? Does it ever amaze you? Does it ever make you wonder how they sit her up here and make you think that all of these right wing lies are true? And you could do it too. Look at me. Okay, so this link is also in my description box. It is listed under uh, history and shaping the world today. This is you can hear this, and you can see how her example or lies about the slave trade could actually shape the world today, and they want PragerU to help shape the world today with this type of bullshit on it, and they do not want our real history to be taught in the classroom. So the link is in my description box. Now, I want you to go with me, and you will see why it was so easy to her and Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes is another. Nick Fuentes, the Queen of Sheba, was a lie. Ethiopian queen, and Cleopatra was not a black queen. Bye, girl. These people are crazy. Don't leave, Carrie. I need you to see her get her one up. This is my first time actually hearing her talk, but her reputation definitely precedes her. So I'm going to. I played this a little bit. I think last week. How she's getting her come up and she got fired from Benny Johnson's. She used to do a show with Benny Johnson. Benny Johnson is the one that I was showing you who said that the DC needs to be bulldozer down, and they need to get rid of all of these people out of DC. Basically he said that they need to get rid of all the black people because these people came in the 60s when they were protests, and they never left, and they if they never left, that means they have generations of ancestors but no, they do not belong to DC, so they should bulldoze where these people are living. So that's who she used to work with, to be clear, and they fired her. And they have this Benny Johnson guy has said that the rich white guy that she is married to, he has repeatedly said that he's a gay man. He has repeatedly called her husband gay. She has no response. He has repeatedly called her ugly. She has no response. So then she's still trying to hang on. Since she got fired from, I forget, their bullshit thing that he's over. I'm not gonna even mention it anyway. So then she's trying to hang on with Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes is a Holocaust denier who now you understand he's a Holocaust denier, but he and Kanye West together had met with 4547 for dinner, but he wants you to believe that he is going after Harvard and Columbia because of their anti-Semitic people and protests because people were supporting Palestine. Let that sink in. See, all of this, they're doing this to the colleges because they're being anti-Semitic. Let that sink in. That he is having dinner with Nick Fuentes. So she's trying to hold on with Nick Fuentes, and then she sits up there, and when I played this the first time, she let Nick Fuentes basically tell her that Africans had no sciences, couldn't read, and I went through a list of all the universities, all the engineering, all the things that they had done in Africa, and he said Africa didn't have a 2-story building when the slave trade started. Now, did anybody but Africa Did the United States have a two-story building? That was his example. But Africa did have the pyramids. They had that. What did the United States have when they brought the Africans over here? Mud huts? What did they have? Motherfucking log cabin huts and shit? Okay, so this is who she goes to, and she's trying to figure out why they've had a falling out, and he's saying bad things. She's crawling on her knees to him. She invites him to her show to hovel, and this is how the conversation goes. And she has nothing to say because she believes this about herself, because she is so into what whites say that we are, that she actually believes this conversation. Let me play this a little bit for you again. I am going to put up my banner. Let me put up a banner so you can just hear this. Let me put up a banner. Okay, here we go. Let's listen to this.
In the future. Yay, somewhere in the future.
I'm 5 years ahead. You
okay,
say,
let me ask you some of these questions. So you do have ideas that there shouldn't be interracial marriage.
Mhm.
I've seen those clips. Can you explain why that is?
Yeah, it's not that
Understand she's married to a white man.
I don't think there should be interracial marriage. I'm Catholic, so as you know, it's not a sin to be in an interracial marriage or relationship. But I am racist, I would say. I believe in the races. I believe there are white people and black people and Hispanics and Asians, and I think that it's a core part of our identity. It's who we are. And there's like this conservative reflex to say, we're colorblind. Race doesn't mean anything. And, you know, Pat Buchanan said this. He said, it's not everything, but it isn't nothing. And I definitely lean more towards the latter, which is it really is a core part of who we are. Our culture, our heritage, our ancestors, our customs, all of it. You know, it's not that I don't think that two people can fall in love from different races. Of course they can. And they have throughout history. And the races have mixed throughout history and assimilated. But for someone like myself, I always say on my show, it's just my value. I want to marry someone that looks like me, that comes from a similar background, because I want my kids to look like me. I want my grandkids to look like me.
But sorry, I just want to make sure, did you say I'm a racialist or I'm a racist?
You know, for a long time, I would say I'm racialist.
Mhm.
Now I just say I'm racist.
Okay, so when you say you're racist, because these definitions get changed around, racist, anti-Semitism gets expanded. What do you mean when you say I'm a racist? Because I think most people watching this would go, if you are a racist
Right.
in the traditional sense of the term, why are you on this podcast, right? Wouldn't you just go, you know what, Candace is black and therefore I don't want to speak to her.
Right.
Certainly not going onto your show and saying, why won't Candace have me on? That doesn't really seem to line up with
Right.
the traditional sense of the idea of racist. So
Yeah, and I'm using it. I'm being a little tongue in cheek. I mean, for the purpose of understanding, I'd say my views are I'm a racialist. But I do think that we need to deconstruct this idea of racism in the sense that, look, you're black, I'm white. It is what it is. For my entire life, people have been walking around on eggshells about the subject of race, about white people being racist. Can I say this? Can I say that? Can I have this opinion? And me, I'm sort of, Gavin McInnes said it like this. He said, you're kind of post-racist. You're sort of after this craze where everything was racist. It's sort of this recognition that we live in a heavily racial world. And, look, sometimes we have racist feelings. Racist feelings like I want to live in a white neighborhood. I don't want to live in a black neighborhood. If they were all like you, obviously it'd be a different story. But when we think of a black neighborhood, we know what that means and why the property value is cheap.
But that's Black American. So this is why I want to understand this idea better because, and this is kind of something my cousin has said, which I guess you could say is a racist statement, but she says that white people in America are the white trash of white people in the world, meaning that like there's a special category of uniquely that you don't see when you're dealing with like white Americans here, that if you went across to just, like Switzerland, you wouldn't see this version of a white person necessarily, or you maybe went to the continent of Africa, you don't see this version of a black person either. Like even if you went to to the tribes out in Africa that still exist, they would be a far cry from a black American living in a neighborhood in Compton, right? So I'm trying to understand if you think that it's all black people are like this, or if your world is kind of colored by this is what's going on in America. This has failed for 1,000 reasons. Welfarism has definitely, Black people in 1940s, stand up. My grandfather, I talk about that denigration and the corrosion of
Yeah.
culture. That's happening. White, Black, whatever you want to name it, there is this intentional corrosion of culture. So do you think it's literally, well, this is just what a Black person is when they come out? Or do you think that post welfare, LBJ, Great Society, this is what Black Americans have become, and I have a right to respond to that and say that as a white.
Why did she say post welfare? This is what Black people have become. Have not white have white people? We're pretending again that white people are not the largest quantity of people who are and have been on welfare. We're ignoring white people ever had welfare. Let's get to the African part right quick.
White man, I don't want to live there.
Well, I think it's more nature than people would like to
Here we go.
believe. There's this classic tension of, is it nature, is it nurture, is it cultural, or is it intrinsic, is it racial? And I've always been on the.
So what he's going to say is it's intrinsic in us. It is our birthright. This is who we are. We are born this way. We are not born to do anything better. And we it is a statement about all Black people. And she does not fight back on that.
The latter side of this among conservatives. Conservatives like to say it's all culture. Black America is the way it is because of hip hop music and the Great Society and that kind of stuff. And I think the uncomfortable reality is a big part of it is intrinsic. One of the big arguments against the abolition of slavery in the 1860s is that, when Europeans colonized Africa, they hadn't discovered the wheel. There's no two-story buildings. There's no writing. There's no written language. Missionaries had to go to Africa in the last century and invent it for the African people because there's no recorded history. They didn't have. Have writing.
So Egypt is not in Africa.
Well, Egypt is a different race. The Egyptians were not Black.
Okay, but you said when they went to Africa, so I just want to.
The interior of.
The only reason he's saying that the Egyptians weren't Black because he can't get around it. He's making Egypt a whole nother race of people because and she's not going to push back on him saying the Egyptians weren't Black. Because the Egyptians, there is so much history of actual Blackness that is going unacknowledged, but it cannot be go unacknowledged. Why do you think that all of the noses and the lips are torn off the statues that they build that they bring up? Why do you think that all these statues have all this coiled hair, carved coiled hair? Okay.
Of Africa in the late 19th century. Scramble for Africa.
So we're now not. This is what Black Americans have become, and I have a right to respond to that and say that as a white man, I don't want to live there.
Well, I think it's more nature than people would like to believe. There's this classic tension of, is it nature, is it nurture, is it cultural, or is it intrinsic, is it racial? And I've always been on the latter side of this among conservatives. Conservatives like to say it's all culture. Black America is the way it is because of hip hop music and the Great Society and that kind of stuff. And I think the uncomfortable reality is a big part of it is intrinsic. One of the big arguments against the abolition of slavery in the 1860s is that, when Europeans colonized Africa, they hadn't discovered the wheel. There's no two-story buildings. There's no writing. There's no written language. Missionaries had to go to Africa in the last century and invent it for the African people because there's no recorded history. They didn't have writing.
So Egypt is not in Africa.
Well, Egypt is a different race. The Egyptians were not black.
Okay, but you said when they went to Africa, so I just want to...
The interior of Africa in the late 19th century. Scrambled.
Okay, so we're now knocking Egypt out of Africa.
Well, Egypt is part of northern Africa, sub-Saharan Africa.
You said Africa, so it's not. I'm not trying to get a gotcha. I'm just responding. You're saying Africa.
Sure. Yeah,
it's in Africa. Africa, it's Egypt. It's kind of ridiculous to say there was no written language. Well, so I'm just trying to get you to
sure. Egyptians are not Africans.
If I'm not pushing back, the internet will. So
Egyptians are not racial Africans. When I say African, I'm saying sub-Saharan Africans.
Sub-Saharan, okay.
Black people because it is a different race. In sub-Saharan Africa, and Europeans did not penetrate that until late 19th century. They didn't have any of this. To the extent that you have infrastructure in Africa, is from the Muslims in the Sahel and the Maghreb in northern Africa, where the Arabs colonized. And
everything actually came down, went up from the south. They want you to believe that the Arabs brought all of everything down to sub-Saharan Africa, when it is actually in the scrolls that they have translated that all of the because they ain't have no writing back then. But where do they get all these words and these Bibles that they demand that you put in our public schools? Where did the sub-Saharan Africa? Let's be clear. So she's sitting up there acting as if she doesn't know any of this. Maybe she doesn't, because she's a motherfucking turncoat. Let's continue.
And then you had, Carthage and Egypt. You had ancient civilizations, but Sub-Saharan Africa, they didn't have that. You take these people out of that land and put them here, and they're enslaved people. You let them free in a modern, liberal republic. They're not going to succeed. It's not going to go well for them. And that was one of the arguments against abolition.
So when the black men were freed, they were in a modern, liberal republic, or did they have to endure Jim Crow? Was that the modern liberal republic that you speak of? Huh?
People said if you free them without any assimilation, without any kind of process for them to be acclimated, they're going to die. And that's exactly what happened. Many of the bottom 10% of...
they're going to die because you guys were killing them. And when they succeeded, you burnt up their towns. But we're going to pretend like none of that happened. When they proved to be successful on their own and not even dealing with you, and they succeeded, what did you guys do? Oh, we forgot about that part of history, huh?
of like the lowest IQ Africans just died off for generations. And it had a, pardon the expression, but it had a eugenic effect, because over time, if the weakest are dying off, that's one argument for why blacks in America have a standard deviation higher IQ than the blacks in sub-Saharan Africa. So, so I do believe there is something intrinsic going on there. And what makes people uncomfortable about.
Based on what? Where are you? What are you basing these facts on? So this is who she's trying to kiss up to. So let me show you enough of that. It is in my description box. I am getting nauseous at hearing this bullshit, and all of this placating and holding her tongue and being a stupid bitch. This is what it got her. Let me show you after he showed up on her show. This is what he had to say about her specifically.
You are a diversity hire. You are a DEI hire. You pander. And she thinks she's some kind of boss bitch. Yeah, you're a bitch, but like you didn't get that way because you're a super smart boss. You got that way because you're super bitchy black token. Like, it is what it is. So I don't know that anyone's ever told her that, but that's the obvious and I'm kind of done with all the Uncle Toms. In a way, I'm done with all the Uncle Toms. I'm done with Jason Whitlock. I'm done with Candace Owens. I'm done with all the Uncle Tom token blacks. Like, you're not that smart. You're not even that conservative. You built your career on a grift that is now dead. You were hired when diversity quotas were a thing. You were hired when white guilt is the thing. I don't feel white guilt. I never have. DEI is over. So now you're done. You need to be fired. Like, you're done.
Okay. Okay. I just wanted you guys to make sure you heard what all of that pandering up to a known racist got her. Okay. Oh, I don't want to share that. That came on after I. Okay, let's continue. Let me see what Kimberly said. I missed that statement. Good for her. He wants to say African were savages and needed to be trained to be civilized. That is what he said. That's exactly what he said. And we all know better. And she sat there quiet as a mouse because she wants to get back in good since Benny Johnson, the one who says that parts of DC and inferred the black parts of DC needs to be bulldozed down, and the houses need to be bulldozed down, and they need to create a new DC because DC was built by his ancestors, ignoring that's who she used to work for, ignoring that slaves built DC. Ignoring all of the things, all of the beauty and the wealth that the Africans and the being able to master different arts and tools and all of this, but they decide that they need to go through our museums and take out things that make them feel uncomfortable about them lacking in all of this. And let's not forget all the patents that they stole from Africans. What is it? Ron DeSantis said that the thing that the slaves should the black people should be okay with being slaves because they learned valuable trades. They didn't learn valuable nothing. They taught themselves. They taught themselves trade. They came over here with their trades, with their learning, with their mastering of different tools and things. They bought that with them. See, they thought that they took everything from the Africans, but you can't take the knowledge of how to work the land, how to work different tools. But Ron DeSantis want us to have to get a student loan to pay back for what was taught to us slaves. this nation is going to hell in a handbasket. They are trying to erase our history. It's the whole point of this live. If you don't, now we're going to talk about. Let's move forward. All of the links are in my description box. They are pinned in my description box. We're going to talk about. Why was I seeing red? I don't know. Let me see why I'm seeing red. Oh, now let's talk about Texas. They have redrawn their maps, and if you have not seen the new Texas maps, and let's be clear. Let's be clear. The maps have been redrawn. They drew. I'm gonna let you see the maps. You got to see the map, the Texas map. And also, the congresswoman that they had pinned up and held up, she had to sleep 2 nights in at the Capitol because they would not allow her to go home. That's kidnapping. They would not allow her to go home unless she signed a paper that a state trooper would be on her heels and would be stationed outside her home and all types of shit until Wednesday when they came back to have a quorum to make sure that they would have a quorum. Now, understanding, to be clear, that is one of the rights that they have to not show up, to not give them a quorum. But he treated her like a prisoner, and she had to sleep 2 nights in the Capitol, and so she has filed a lawsuit. Additionally, she was they told her where she could go. She could go to the main hall, she could go to her office, and she could go to the bathroom. But what you may not know, while she was in the bathroom, she was doing a interview with Cory Booker and Gavin Newsom talking about they were doing it on a live. I don't know whose live they were on. They came in the bathroom and told her to hang up the phone. And they additionally told her if she didn't hang up the phone that they were going to charge her with a felony. So let's look at this map. This is what the government is doing. They said they were going to charge her with a felony. So if you guys didn't hear that, Cash App, $ Ronnie Q. I'm trying to meet my goals, and if you trying to share with you some things that is not widely reported in the for-profit media. So let's look at the map with Brian Tyler Cohen.
By doing whatever Donald Trump says. This is just another day.
It is 3 o'clock at the Texas State House in Austin, the burning hot epicenter today of the future of democracy. Right now, following a marathon session crackling with fireworks, speeches, and amendments and debate. At this moment, it appears we are close to a final vote on those new gerrymandered district maps, the transparently partisan ones drawn up mid-decade by Republicans at the request of Donald Trump, attempting to gobble up more seats in Congress.
That's right. After Donald Trump politely demanded that Texas Governor Greg Abbott find him 5 seats so that he could continue his grip on power, and after Texas Democrats did everything they could to stall these efforts, including fleeing the state to prevent a vote, today Texas Republicans have enough votes to pass their redistricting legislation out of the state House. But not all Democrats are making it easy on them.
Democratic lawmakers are back in Texas, but Representative Nicole Collier spent the night on the floor of the state House. She refused a Republican demand to have a state law enforcement officer escort her around the clock in order to leave the Capitol grounds.
Can you believe that? Having to sleep in a chair like that? I mean, sure, if she was flying on a Spirit Airlines flight, that would be considered a diamond medallion seat, but she's not. She is an elected official exercising her rights and refusing to let these Republicans have an easy win.
I refuse to sign the permission slip to be able to leave the Capitol. I disagree with that authoritarian tactic.
Well, hold on now. aren't we just talking about a small piece of paper? How bad can it really be?
The slip is a document that allows Texas Democrats to come and go as they please from the House floor, as long as they agree to be monitored 24/7 by troopers from the Department of Public Safety.
See, that's all. What are these whiny Dems complaining about? All they have to agree to is the same level of around-the-clock surveillance as Henry Hill and Goodfellas. Through the actions of the past few months and continuing into today, Texas Republicans have shown that there is no limit to how low they'll go when it comes to maintaining their majority status.
All of our Democratic elected officials.
Sorry, I have to leave. They said it's a felony for me to do this. Apparently, I can't be on the floor or in the bathroom. Well, you told me I was only allowed to be here in the bathroom. No, hang on. Bye, everybody. I've got to go.
Hey, that is outrageous. What they're trying to do right there is silence an American leader.
What we just witnessed is truly unbelievable. I mean, this is a Democratic.
Okay, so I wanted to share that with you guys. If you did not know that is what has happened to Representative Collier, that is exactly what they are doing to her. Yeah, y'all were thinking the same thought about that Candace Owens. Good for her ass. Now, I also wanted to share something else with you. So I was seeing red. You saw the map. Let me share this map, this Texas map, before and after with you again. This is under I'm seeing red. This is actually their map. Their old map, and now this old map with these two pieces of blue in it, it's already in court for the gerrymandering of it. Now they had 25 Republican seats, 13 Democrat seats, and now they have 30 Republican seats and 8 Republican seats. Do you see any blue representing Democrat districts in this map? So the 5 seats that they got, they actually eliminate all of the Democratic districts, as you see. So let me tell you, now there are more red states than there are blue states. Oh, there is one little tiny one I almost missed right up here, right there. So I don't want to be accused of being a lie. Okay, so this is what they're doing to hold power, because they know that their policies are so dreadful that they will not win the midterm elections if they don't do something, if they don't do anything. Now, I have some good news I want to share with you as well. Let me share this good news with you. Everything can't be bad news. But if you are like a greedy begging motherfucker who sit up there, I still go to Target. I don't care. I still go to Target. I don't care. If you're one of those shiftless begging black motherfuckers who can't stand on business, you can only stand on begging. You would not be able to understand Target CEO Brian Cornwell to step down on February 1st. Target lost $12.4 billion in market value since the start of the boycott after canceling their $2 billion DEI promise. So bravo to all of us who stand on business and understand that our dollar withholding our dollar can make a difference. Now it's time to get on Walmart, and now it's time to get on Amazon. I know a lot of you guys are too damn lazy to get up and go shopping. I do understand that a lot of stuff is not readily available in certain areas, but it's time to start respecting our own dollars, because they are not going to respect our dollars for us. That's all I'm saying. Well, I said a little bit more, but let me share something else with you. Fake news. Let's talk about fake news. I told you, I talked about Benny Johnson, who Candace Owens used to work with. I previously told you that Benny Johnson was being paid to put out Russian talking points between $100,000 and $300,000 a month. Him and some other uh, podcasters who had millions of viewers. So it seems like now why isn't 4547 talking about fake news? I guess because it's about this story is about Russia. Russia is pumping out disinformation that looks like legitimate news reports. Despite 4547 whining about fake news, his administration has rolled back efforts to combat it, allowing fakes to flourish. Did y'all hear about that? Okay. A group publishing pro-Russia propaganda online is impersonating legitimate news outlets in an attempt to disseminate disinformation, political reports, citing misinformation tracking organization NewsGuard the effort known as Storm 1679 creates websites that mimic real news outlets and uses those sites to push fake news stories. They have published disinformation designed to look like stories from ABC News, BBC, and Politico, among others. The group has also used artificial intelligence to proliferate fake videos, often hooked to major news events. To some degree, their efforts are working. People, including right-wing influencers, have fallen for them. Now, or are they getting paid for them? We know in the past they have been getting paid to repeat them. So it says people, including right-wing influencers, have fallen for them. One such video fabricated e-news report claiming that this past February, the U.S. Agency for International Development, USAID, paid movie stars to visit Ukraine after Russia's invasion in 2022. It was posted to social media with the caption USAID using our tax dollars to send celebrities to Ukraine. And now I heard about that. I heard that being talked about. That was a fake story. Sending celebrities to Ukraine to increase Zelensky's popularity around the world, and in particular the U.S. Burned U.S. aid to the ground. We don't need it under any department. So there's that. 4547 and Elon Musk fell for the scam. Both reposted the video on X. The video is not authentic and did not originate from E-News, the outlet said in a statement to Rutgers at the time. It typically tends to surge and launch a wave of fakes around a particular news event. Stradler, a researcher on Russian at the DC think tank Foundation for Defense of Democracies, told Politico. Okay. So this article is in my description box. If you're learning something that if you've learned something new over here, that is my goal. I forgot to set up my goals, but that is my goal. I'm just letting you know. Let me see. I have something. Waste, fraud, and abuse. I got to tell you about this. Now, you guys remember the Oklahoma school superintendent who said that the classrooms are going to have to be taught out of the Bible because the Bible had some good lessons in them, and that every public school K through 12 would have to have a Bible in it, and who spent over $5 million purchasing Bibles. And he said the Bibles would have to have they would have to have a Bible. It would have to have the Pledge of Allegiance in the Bible, which has nothing to do with Bibles, and it would have to have the Constitution in the Bible. Now, where on earth could you find a Bible that has all of that included? All of that is included in the Trump Bible, which he spent over $400,000 purchasing so that every classroom would have a Bible. Over $400,000 of a poor school system that has very, very bad results as in teaching their kids. Not as bad as Arizona, where a chatty Patty from the Umar sector, they are the last in education. Our youth, isn't it obvious? But I digress. Let's see what this. I think it came from Politico. Also, this superintendent of schools in Oklahoma has recently come into a conundrum. He is a devout Christian and wants to obviously because he wants the Bible to be taught in public schools. This devout Christian was sitting down in a meeting with other staff, and he was having a meeting with some parents who wanted to go to a different school district than their child was at. And then all of a sudden on the TV that was connected to his laptop, there was allegedly a lesbian scene with two new lesbians laying on a massage table. And you know what else that could be the absolute worst part of this? One of the lesbians was black, child, and the people started yelling and screaming, asking, "What is that on your TV?" And he acted as if he didn't see it, and he turned it off and just kept on talking like nothing happened. But then the people, the school board members in that meeting, they came out and they said they want an investigation, and he has not spoken on that as of yet. But while we waiting on him to find out how this mixed couple lesbians showed up on his computer screen, Oklahoma, what is this? Oklahoma ideology test for teachers from New York and California draws criticism. Now, he has fired people. This is the superintendent of Oklahoma school. He has fired teachers for far less than what was displayed on his screen. Oklahoma will require applicants for teacher jobs coming from California and New York to pass an exam that the Republican-dominated state top education office says is designed to safeguard against radical leftist ideology. But which opponents say decry as a MAGA loyalist test. Okay, Ryan Waters, Oklahoma Public School Superintendent, said Monday that any teacher coming from the two blue states will be required to pass an assessment exam administered by who? Administered by who? PragerU. Now, if you guys don't see where I'm going with this, I'm trying to flush in information. I'm trying to give you information. How one thing connects to the other thing, and it's all connecting to bullshit. Okay. The exam administered by PragerU, an Oklahoma-based conservative nonprofit, for getting a state certification. As long as I'm superintendent, Oklahoma classroom will be safeguarded from the radical leftist ideology fostered in places like California and New York, Walter said in a statement. But has he made a statement about them lesbians, the mixed race lesbian that showed up? No, nothing. PragerU, short for Prager University, puts out short videos with conservative perspective on politics, economics. It promotes itself as focused on changing minds through the creative use of digital media. So this is also in my this link is also in my description box. I'm not just showing you. I'm trying to connect what the whole fucking game is. I'm just trying to put y'all up on game, and this is nothing but game. So let me see if you guys commented on that. No comments on that. Okay. Oh my God, Is he going to rewrite the Bible to make it brighter? He's not gonna. I don't think he's gonna rewrite the Bible. I don't know. I could be wrong though. You never know with these people. There is something else. Waste, fraud, and abuse. They are wasting money on the lush Hegseth, and we're going to talk about Hegseth, JD Vance, and Stephen Miller going down to the DC train station and being heckled. We are definitely going to talk about that. Being heckled all the way, and who was allowed to talk the most? Stephen Miller was allowed to talk more than JD Vance. So let me see. There is a new Hegseth leak. What is the leak? Let me find the leak. Here we go.
Capitalized on the government in a different way that is part of this scandal, but the first part of it comes as he tries to act tough with JD Vance today, and we can see that right here before we see MAGA World blow up.
Empowerment is going to keep on going until we make America, and DC in particular, a safe place again.
What evidence do you have or that the DOJ has? Are you going to be releasing it?
I'm sorry?
Are you going to be releasing evidence of this?
Of what? The DC has a terrible crime problem?
Of what you just said, that DC crime problem was so bad. And look at Hegseth laughing. He's like, she said, are you going to be, he said that the crime problem is so bad here. She said, what evidence do you have? Are you going to be releasing it? He's like, of what? Of what? Of what? Of what you just said, stupid motherfucker. And look at Hegseth laughing because he know it's bullshit and he's drunk. So, you know, drunks can't keep their composure when something funny.
You just got to look around. Obviously, DC has a terrible crime problem. The department...
You just got to look around. No, that means no. So the answer is no. You just got to look around and see what we are saying about DC as we have all of these people here. All of these people. I also have this. I wanted to, all of these people in the streets making DC safer again. How much is this call? How much is this actually costing the people of DC? Oh, I don't have it. I don't have it. I will. Oh, yes, I do. How much is it costing to keep DC safe, up to date? Robert Reich, he is an economist. The cost of Trump's DC National Guard deployment, $424,000 per day. Cost to operate public housing for DC's entire homeless population, $169,226 a day. It's not about what this country can or can't afford. It's what this country is willing to actually pay money for. So they'll pay 400 and some. One person asked JD Vance. He was somewhere in Georgia today, and he was talking about, you know, my he said that also in the train station. You know, I came through the last time I came through here. My son, he was afraid of the vagrants here, and you don't have people yelling and screaming at you anymore in here. Yeah, because can't nobody get through there because it's full of motherfucking guardsmen and shit. Now there are many content creators who actually live in DC and said this is a absolute imaginary problem, and this is only some photo ops that they are doing and going around here making these unwarranted speech. They said that this is what content creators who actually live in DC are saying about the train station in DC. And somebody, I'll get it for you. I'm gonna get it. Somebody asked. It was Adam Mokler. Adam Mokler was on CNN again, and he was on, what's her name, Abby Phillips' show, and they were talking about the absurd photo where that JD Vance got booed on when he and Hegseth and Miller went, and Adam Mokler started asking the Republican sycophants like Scott Jennings, why aren't these red states, if these red states are bold enough to send their National Guard, such as the National Guards people who are coming from South Carolina when they're about to get hit by a hurricane, how come they're not keeping their National Guards there to keep the South Carolinians safe? That was a good question. They had no answer for it. And another question he asked, why aren't they immobilizing their National Guards in these red states, which have far higher crime than DC? And this isn't about them. Yeah, Donald Trump can't immobilize. Yes, he can. He did it in California, even against the governor's wishes. He did it in California. But there were some good questions asked. I'm going to share that with you. Okay, so let me finish this.
Justice statistics back it up. The FBI statistics back it up. Just talk to a resident of this city, this beautiful, great American city. Don't they deserve? I mean, we talk about human rights. We hear these people outside screaming, "Free DC." Let's free DC from lawlessness. Let's free Washington DC from one of the highest murder rates in the entire world. Let's free Washington DC.
Just lies upon lies upon lies. Understand. These are lies. And what are they backing up their lies with? They're backing up their lies with the National Guard and saying the military is on standby, and also saying that these yokels in the National Guards that's coming from Ohio, West Virginia, and South Carolina, what do they call in South Carolina? They say that they call their National Guard something to akin to KKKers. That's what they have the reputation for, and they're sending them to Washington D.C., a predominantly black city with the ability to carry weapons now. These are the people who they have given the green light to carry weapons. Was that a request or I don't know.
So that young families can walk around and feel safe and secure. That's what we're trying to free DC from. And as Stephen said, it's kind of bizarre that we have a bunch of old, primarily white people who are out there protesting the policies that keep people safe when they've never felt danger in their entire lives.
Well, if they never felt danger in their entire life, why do you have the military there? Well, if they've never, I'm gonna Stephen Miller actually spoke longer than J.D. Vance. He said that you have all of these white hippies out here who have all of this privilege, and they have never felt fear and all of this. So why is the military out there? Why are they out here protesting against what you're doing? And how is it in this city that you guys says is so full of crime that people can't walk up near the White House, near the Capitol, without being shot and killed and all of this? Isn't that what they said before? So they looking out for y'all black people. That black people, these white people ain't got to worry about this. These people are just here to look out for the black people. But I digress. That ain't even what I wanted to play on. Is I kind of wanted to play this Hegseth leak scandal. Now, Pete Hegseth has been he has $1 billion budget, and what has he been pissing off his budget on? He has been pissing off his budget to secure his family, on personal security, not for himself, not only for himself in Washington D.C. His wife, who follows him around like a shadow. His ex-wife, one of his ex-wives who lives either in Tennessee or somewhere else, has a whole personal security course, and his first wife, who lives in another state, has a full personal security detail. So and when it was leaked, they were very pissed. Everything Hexef do undercover. This is what your government money is going for, to protect two ex-wives, himself at a large scale. One person said they have never in their history of being in the government seen such a huge detail that Pete Hexef has.
This is a perfect metaphor for the Trump presidency. J.D. Vance, Stephen Miller, Pete Hegseth going to a location in which they are causing chaos, saying that chaos is happening and they need to solve it, and then running away back home to do nothing. That is what this administration is all about. They like to create problems, point them out, say we need to solve them, and then when they eventually give up on their idiotic scheme, say, look at us, we're incredible, we're doing a great job. But of course, that's not what's happening in DC. Just because Pete Hegseth wants to stand there like an idiot and pretend like he's a big, strong, tough guy, even though he can't do a pull-up correctly, which you'd think, considering the whole point of Pete Hegseth is like, ooh, I'm a big, strong macho man, he'd be able to like not do the worm flippy pull-up that we talked about the other day. But no, Pete Hegseth has been just as bad, if not maybe worse, than any member of Donald Trump's cabinet. And even MAGA is starting to agree, with the latest leak causing a scandal at the Pentagon. MAGA melts down at Hegseth's obscene security spending being exposed. MAGA Nation is having a full-blown meltdown after Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth's unusually large personal security detail was exposed on Wednesday. Members of Donald Trump's administration tore into the Washington Post, which reported that Hegseth's extensive personal security requirements are straining the Army agency tasked with protecting him. According to the paper, the Army's Criminal Investigation Division has been forced to pull agents from criminal investigations to safeguard Hegseth's family residence in Minnesota, Tennessee, and D.C. Rep. Anna Paulina Luna, an ally of Trump, went as far as to accuse the publication of treason as she called for the FBI to open an official investigation into the leakers and hackers who printed it. The outrage comes after an unnamed CID official told the Post they had never seen this many security teams for one guy. Nobody has. White House officials condemned the reporting as irresponsible in light of last year's assassination attempts against Trump.
They didn't say it wasn't true. It's irresponsible for you to report. Not only are they going to tell you what can be exhibited in museums, they're going to tell you what the media can report. And some of the media, your mainstream media, you ain't heard this reported. Have you heard this reported on your for-profit media? Maybe they are obliging, being told what they can report about this administration.
July 13th, 2024, which resulted in the killing of a firefighter and an attempt later in the month against Trump. In the wake of two assassination attempts against Donald Trump, ICE agents facing a 100% increase in assaults and repeated threats of retaliation from Iran for striking their nuclear capacities. It's astonishing that the Washington Post is criticizing a high-ranking cabinet official.
Okay, what is this 1,000% increase? So you see now, that's when you know it's bullshit. A 1,000 increase in assaults to ICE agents. 1,000, not 100, a 1,000%. See, because when you don't talk to me with any type of clarity and reality, kind of like that there 45, 47, he said he was going to be saving us 1,000%, 1,500% on our prescription drugs. If he had said 40%, if he had said 57%, any real percentage number that can be calculated, what is a 1,000%? How many now have they told you how many ICE agent had been assaulted? We saw one ICE agent just attack somebody and do a backflip and throw him on the ground and cracked his own head. Is that going to be included in some of the alleged assaults that we're saying that ICE agents have that has been inflicted upon these ICE agents? Okay, so there's Hegseth. Threats from retaliation from Iran for striking their nuclear capabilities. Okay. Where's the threat? I thought that 45, 47 said that they obliterated all of their nukes. So what would be the threat there? These are the response to Hegseth spending all of your tax dollars on bullshit. Well, what you said the Iranian nuclear capabilities were obliterated. So what the fuck they talking about? Bullshit. They're talking about bullshit. Let me see. Now, it's astonishing that the Washington Post is criticizing a high-ranking cabinet official. No, she's criticizing his ex-wives, for receiving all of this government money. At the same time, you took security details off of former people who were in the Secret Service, such as the CIA, the FBI, and all of these. You totally took away their security details. People who actually have information about this government, because this government is being weaponized against people who they don't like, who actually have information. But you got the motherfucking Secret Service up there babysitting Hegseth bastard kids from his second wife before he left them to have another fucking kid by his third wife, who was already in the fucking belly before he could get divorced. Are you serious? Does he think about protecting his family? Why should my money be protecting his family? He ain't give a fuck about his family. The second wife was cheating on him when he was with the first wife, if you are to believe what was said in his congressional hearings. Do he give a fuck about his family? But he has us paying all this money to his family. Anyway, I digress. Now, let me share this with you guys. I just wanted to know if you guys knew about that. If you don't know, now you know. Let me share a little bit of these three dunces going into this train station. You must see this. They bleeped it out. He said, "Fuck you, JD. Fuck you."
In housing! In climate justice!
Get the fuck out of my city. Free DC.
We ought to be able to enjoy great American cities. That's what we're trying to do with the Trump administration. We want to thank all of our law enforcement and National Guardsmen for making it possible. We made a lot of progress in 9 days. We're going to make a whole lot more.
American people, the residents of D.C. deserve a safe and beautiful city. That's our mission. That's what every one of these captains, lieutenants, staff sergeants, specialists, privates, they're here because they're patriots who serve the country and believe we deserve a beautiful, safe.
There they go with all this patriotism bullshit. What about that fucking vehicle that crashed into a car in DC and the person had to be saved by the jaws of life? How is that person still alive? What happened with that? Let's go.
We're committed to this mission just like the one at the southern border and in Los Angeles. Our law enforcement officers deserve to be able to do their job safely, and American citizens, putting American citizens and our country first, is something President Trump has emphasized from the beginning.
I think here's the most important point. There are residents who lived in Washington, D.C. their entire lives. Their parents lived here, their grandparents lived here, and they have lived for generations in intolerable conditions of crime and decay. And for too long, 99% of this city has been terrorized by 1% of the city. And the voices that you hear out there, those crazy communists, they have no roots, they have no connections to the city.
Those crazy communists. I wanted to hear him call them crazy hippies. He called them communists. Did they cut this out? Oh God. They cut this out. Let me go back to another one where he actually called them stupid white hippies. Let's see.
Thank you. And first of all, thank you to the Vice President for bringing us here today. Thank you, Secretary, for your leadership. And most importantly, thank you to the men and women of the National Guard. I think here's the most important point. There are residents who lived in Washington, D.C. their entire lives. Their parents lived here. Their grandparents lived here. And they have lived for generations in intolerable conditions of crime and decay. There are parts of the city, I moved to the city 20 years ago. There are places where I've seen graffiti that has been untouched for 2 decades. There are homeless encampments.
Well, you were part of the administration for 4 years. You didn't put a bug in somebody's ear and said, hey, we need a cleaning detail. Do we need the National Guard for graffiti? Is that what you're saying? You seen graffiti in the same spot for 20 years and you sitting up here in the presidential administration and you ain't get a graffiti detail? That ain't never crossed your mind? Let's continue.
It has made it impossible for families to use public parks and public recreation for as long as I've lived here. There are hundreds of residents of this city who are shot in street violence every single year, making it one of the most violent cities on planet Earth. And for too long, 99% of this city has been terrorized by 1% of the city. And the voices that you hear out there, those crazy communists, they have no roots, they have no connections to the city, they have no families they're raising in this city, they have no one that they're sending to school in this city, they have no jobs in this city, they have no connections to this community at all.
So they don't have no jobs, they don't have no roots. So who would have all of these roots and with the grandmothers and all of this? These black people. Chocolate City, predominantly black city. If they don't have no jobs, they don't have no roots. It seems like those are the people who come into the city working in government under different administrations. When someone is voted into the White House, kind of like you. That would be kind of like you. But you're saying, you say you lived in the city for 20 years. I'll take your word for it. But there's a lot of people who are bought into the city, and they are definitely not a lot of black people who are bought in every 4 years with a changing administration and changing senators and congressmen. There are not a lot of black people who you're talking about. So are you talking about white people? So you're here to save the black people. That's what he's saying. Okay.
The ones who've been advocating for the 1%, the criminals, the killers, the rapists, the drug dealers. And I'm glad they're here today. Because me, Pete, and the Vice President are all going to leave here, and inspired by them, we're going to add thousands more resources to this city to get the criminals and the gang members out of here. We're going to
So, inspired by protesters, we're going to go and get thousands of more people to come here and guard this city from drug dealers. So you telling me these white hippies are the ones out, black people in DC, if somebody approaches you about being a drug dealer, so they were talking about white people all that time when they were talking about it's a 1% that's out here doing this. I thought that they had roving youth running the streets. I thought that they it was so out of control. And you mean to tell me it's the 1% of these white people? And well, I didn't know they wanted to protect the black people in DC so much. But Stephen Miller says that since they are protesting, he is going to go out and get thousands more of troops to come in DC. Did you hear him? He has the power, and understand that he has the free hand to say whatever he wants. Did you hear JD Vance is sitting up there talking about lies and scare tactics? What Stephen Miller said, he's going to get more, because you actually have the nerve to have a voice and embarrass the vice president, the defense secretary, and the white supremacist of this administration himself.
those networks, and we're going to prove that a city can serve for the law-abiding citizens who live there. We are not going to let the communists destroy a great American city let alone the nation's capital. And let's just also address one other thing.
Now watch JD Vance when he starts talking about the white hippies. Watch the look on JD Vance's face, because God knows a follower of Curtis Yarvin, the great Nazi the great Nazi denier, the obvious racist. God forbid you talk about white people in this way. Watch JD Vance's face.
All these demonstrators that you've seen out here in recent days, all of these elderly white hippies, they're not part of the city and never have been. And by the way, most of the citizens who live in Washington, D.C. are black. This is not a city that has had any safety for its black citizens for generations. And President Trump is the one who is fixing that with the support of the Metropolitan Police Department, the support of the National Guard, and our federal law enforcement officers. So we're going to ignore these stupid white hippies that all need to go home and take a nap because they're all over 90 years old, and we're going to get back to the business of protecting the American people and the citizens of Washington, D.C. Thank you.
And we are supposed to take these clowns seriously. Are we supposed to take these clowns seriously? I'm just wondering. I just want to let you know that your government is on the job, and they're going to bring thousands of more people out here because you guys have the actual audacity to protest. Now, let me share something else with you. I want to share. I think that. I have tariffs are causing price hikes and job loss. They're stealing the vote. Meanwhile, it looks like America is going to war again. I also talked to you guys about this yesterday. Don't forget that 45-47 sat there with Zelensky and asked him when he was going to have an election and said, well, if in 3 years we're at war, maybe there won't be an election. 45-47 already has his election gear ready for 2028. So if you think it's a game, you're the only one who is thinking it's a game. And it's going to be on you. Who is he sitting there with? This is Zelensky. He's showing off his Trump 2028 merch. He always take them in and allow them into his merch store, and he's showing off his 2028 Trump merch. Trump 2028. Y'all think this is a game? Let me share this. I told you the story about I told you about 2 warships that have been one warship was in the Gulf, and then a couple of months ago I told you a second warship had been sent to the Gulf, and now two more warships and a nuclear submarine has been sent to the Gulf. And he's talking about striking in Mexico, and he's talking about striking in Venezuela. And Caroline Lovett came out yesterday and said that they have an illegitimate leader in Venezuela. So I don't know if they're going to try to do a coup in Venezuela. And details about this coming out has I think his name is Mandaro, the president of Venezuela, to gather up a whole lot of rebel forces and drones and all of this type of stuff. So I don't know. We could be that could be the play for the elections coming up. Let me share this with you on today. And didn't Troutmouth sit up here and say that Ronnie Hugh didn't know shit about the government because I act like we going to a war? I act like what? I act like what? We have struck Somalia the first week of this presidency. Ronnie Q reported on that. Did you hear a cripple report on that? Or was a cripple too busy digging in a bottomless pit, a butthole? You didn't hear that reported. Did the strike on the Houthis, has that ever been resolved? The Houthis said that they would stop striking, and 45-47 said, okay, as we lost two jets off of ships because they are so inept at what they're doing out there, striking the Houthis, trying to pacify Israel. And then the Houthis said, okay, we done. The Houthis who were protesting what was going on in Palestine, and they said, okay, we gonna quit. Have the Houthis got started back up? Yes, they have started back up. You saw me play a clip where they asked Hegseth, after the strike that you guys did on Yemen, which you broadcast to a journalist, which came out to bite you in the ass because you were talking about it on an insecure app with a journalist that you added to the app. Since that strike, have ships been able to go through that? I think it's the Black Sea, and he tried his hardest not to answer it, but the answer was no. No ships. He said, you mean military ship? He said, I mean any ships. Not one ship has been able to drive through there because the Houthis are doing what again? After they said that they were done, they're shooting any and everything that come through there. But is the media talking about that? Is that on war footing? We were taking strikes over there, and then we turn around and we strike Iran for no other reason than Netanyahu said that would be a good thing for us to do. So should we be on war footing? Did a cripple motherfucker alert anybody to all of these warships that were collecting in the Gulf of Mexico? Or did Ronnie Q tell you about that? Did Ronnie Q tell you months before this thing with Iran was ever mentioned on the whims of Netanyahu? Did she do 2 videos detailing that Russia and the United States were flying B-2 bombers over in near Iranian airspace? Now, what bomber did they use to strike Iran? B-2 bombers. That's what they did. And didn't I share with you that the Israelis were telling the people that they were doing that because they were going to strike, but the United States said that they were just doing training missions to show Israel how to refuel aircraft in while they're flying? Did Ronnie Q tell you that? So did Ronnie Q tell you about all of these ships that are collecting in the Gulf? Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. Yes, I did. Because I'm telling you the news that you may not be hearing anywhere else. And now let's listen to this. Oh, I think we've already heard that. Well, we'll hear this again. It's from a different source. This is Breaking Points. They're talking about it as well. Let's go.
Out boots on the ground in Ukraine. He hasn't done it when it comes to Venezuela. Now, things got a little bit scary when the State Department put out what they said was a $50 million reward for a man they said is a fugitive narco trafficker. But when people looked at the name, they're like, wait a minute, I know that guy. It's the president of Venezuela. He's in Caracas. Can I have my $50 million now, please?
Easiest 50 mil ever.
So then you see news starts to break that there are secret plans to ramp up pressure against Venezuela. And you start to wonder, wait a minute, are we going to do another coup in Venezuela? Is that what's going on here? Caroline Levitt asked about whether or not the Trump administration is now talking about actual kinetic war with Venezuela, boots on the ground. And notice that she does not say no here.
The 3 U.S. warships that are being sent to Venezuela, and there's 4,000 Marines on board. Are you looking at possibility of boots on the ground there?
What I will say with respect to Venezuela, President Trump has been very clear and consistent. He's prepared to use every element of American power to stop drugs from flooding into our country and to bring those responsible to justice. The Maduro regime is not the legitimate government of Venezuela. It is a narco-terror cartel. In Maduro, it is the view of this administration, is not a legitimate president. He is a fugitive head of this cartel who has been indicted in the United States for trafficking drugs into the country.
So this is sort of like a new gloss on the old regime change effort that has been brewing out of Miami since the 1960s, when the Cuban Revolution led to an outflowing of Cubans into Miami. They have been.
Oh, is that some more of that white bad stuff? He's saying, he's talking about the Cubans being fleeing Cuba. Is that more white bad?
Trying to overthrow governments around our hemisphere and using their power.
So when Cuba tried to when the United States tried to overthrow Cuba, was that some more of that white bad shit that Jillian Michaels was talking about earlier when the conversation was on the museums in America?
Using their influence in the U.S. government to try to do that.
Before that even.
Yes, it really ramps up after Castro. But now they're saying it's actually because of drug trafficking. The irony being, of course, the Latin American right is as involved in drug trafficking as the Latin American left, if not more so. And certainly historically more so.
I was going to say, you don't even have to say the Latin American right. You could actually just say the American right.
Yeah. Yes. And so now
we are not going to forget who was it? Ronald Reagan and all the drugs in the Iran-Contra thing, all the drugs that were brought to America in that. We're not going to forget the American right. No, we're not.
Now the argument that Trump apparently is making is that we need to overthrow the Venezuelan government because of drugs.
Mm-hmm.
Like
the same 45, 47 who just brought El Chapo's 17 members from El Chapo's family to the United States on the hush, and the Department of Justice refused to answer any questions about it. That same Trump, remember Ronnie Hugh gave you that news as well. I don't know if you heard it anywhere else, but I know you heard me talking about that shit here. At the same time, he's got warships and nuclear submarines in the Pacific Ocean and in the Gulf Coast, talking about Nicaragua and Mexico and drugs and cartels. That same motherfucker. Okay, so, okay, wasn't that what do they call her? Jesus tits. When MU was pretending to be a devout Christian or some bullshit. Didn't Jesus tit say, I ain't voting for him because he's against wars and he's not going to start any more wars. She never swings her sagging titty ass over here to have any conversation with Ronnie Q now, huh? And none of these sipping for the white man never come over here to expound on all the excellence of 45, 47 and this economy. No, never. And all of this authoritarian shit that is going on. As a matter of fact, Troutmouth, you need to actually do better for yourself, because 45, 47 said that Baltimore ain't even worth living in. and you has stayed quiet. He said it is one of the worst of the worst, that is so bad it's not even worth talking about, and you have stayed silent. But Miss Toby didn't. Miss Toby came out here and gave the actual facts about crime going down. But you who simp for 45, 47, all the years that you could, ain't said a motherfucking. I think you left YouTube because it gave you a way to not address all the fucking wrong shit that you were out here babbling your fucking heavy-coated tongue about. And you talking about you don't listen to who would listen to Ronnie Q because she don't know politics. You don't know shit, bitch. You don't know shit. Oh, I digress. We weren't talking about that.
How's it like? Is this an attempt to shoehorn it somehow into America First? Because nobody voted for a war with Venezuela.
Yes.
I don't know a single person other than actually maybe some of my family down in Southern Florida who are Cubans.
Yes.
They would love to see a war down in Venezuela, and a lot of them are American citizens.
There are plenty.
But that doesn't quite count as America First. No offense, guys.
There are plenty of Venezuelans who would love America to fuel a coup.
Well, the right-wing Venezuelans in South Florida.
Or the right-wing Venezuelans in Venezuela would love to have the United States fuel a coup and provide the kind of rocket fuel for a coup against.
We've been doing that on and off for a very long time.
And this is fundamentally what was supposed to be the distinction between the old Republican Party and the new Republican Party. This is the distinction between America First and America Last, as Republicans now refer to the neoconservatives, is that even wars waged for what you considered a just cause against, for example, a legitimate dictator, are no longer America's business if it is not in the vital strategic interest of the United States, if Americans themselves are not immediately, urgently, directly affected by this conflict. And that's supposed
but the only thing that he can do about Netanyahu as he see children starving has he gotten this open air market where the Palestinians can just go and walk up and get food? Has he got that up and running yet? No, he's continuing to send them bombs. Okay. So let me see if they talk about
the distinction.
Let me see if they talk about this being a cause for him to say that we're on a war footing when it comes time to have the 2028 elections, and therefore we can't have an election. Let's see if they. I don't know. I don't know if they got to it.
The narco part of this is how you shoehorn it, both ideologically for somebody like Marco Rubio, who has, and many others on the right, who have sincerely reconsidered their prior commitments to democracy promotion abroad. Marco Rubio obviously was a supporter of USAID before he became this bitter enemy of USAID and an impassioned, whatever you think of the guy, I can just tell you,
I think he's trash.
because you could say this is narco terrorism that comes up to the United States, and so yes, that's how you end up with also D4 battle plans for Mexico. This is a Rolling Stone report headline. Team Trump is actually drawing up attack plans for Mexico, and I bet you Team Trump loves this headline and is actually not running from this headline at all. Trump is eager to breach Mexico's sovereignty to attack cartels, officials say. Just don't call it an invasion. That is the subheading on the Rolling Stone piece. So that is exactly how you make this argument fall under the banner of America First, and it's not going to fly with a lot of people, but those are people who are mostly like professional grassroots America First activists.
Here's my theory, and you as a right-wing observer, tell me if I'm seeing this accurately. Trump, I think, does get animated by this whole thing where he's going to go after the cartels in Mexico.
Absolutely.
He's talked about that a bunch.
Strikes, yep.
So Rubio has never met a non-right-wing regime in our hemisphere that he hasn't wanted to overthrow.
Yep.
And so Rubio sees Trump saying, oh, I'm going to get the cartels in Mexico. And then says to himself, oh, I'm going to then link Maduro to cartels and then I'm going to piggyback what I really want to do, which is overthrow the regime in Venezuela. I'm going to piggyback it onto this Mexican thing. And the reason I think we can tell that this is clearly a Rubio policy is not just that it's wildly obvious. He's head of the State Department who's wanted to do this kind of thing his entire life. But at the very beginning of the administration, if you remember, Rick Grenell, who's a special envoy inside State Department, kind of roving around the world, was able to free some Americans who were held as political prisoners in Venezuela. He then was on track to free a whole bunch more in a deal that would have involved some sort of like lifting of sanctions on Citgo, which has an America First element to it that is quite obvious because Americans, as far as I understand, prefer gas prices to be lower than higher.
Yep.
And it's also a like, let's put this Cold War stuff behind us. We've tried to overthrow you a whole bunch of times. It hasn't worked. We don't think that the elections that you held were free and fair, but we're not about messing with the internal politics of countries anymore. You're in power, so let's come to a deal. Rubio steps in and gets crosswise with Grenell and ends up getting a political prisoner deal that gets some Americans and some legal residents, interestingly, including a guy who killed 3 people in Spain, gets them out of Venezuela, brings them back to the United States in exchange for the Venezuelans that we had sent to CICOT, El Salvador, getting patriated over to Venezuela. So his hardline effort that doesn't do anything about gas prices or Citgo or normalizing relations with a government in our backyard, that one triumphs. Then you get this $50 million bounty on Maduro's head. Then you get this, like, we're drawing up secret orders to do regime change. And then you get these 4,000 Marines and a nuclear-powered flotilla headed to Venezuela to saber rattle there. Which
and we have that VO, or we have that VO we can roll. This is D1. This is the military. This is the Venezuelan military prep in response to the announcement.
I think part of this also has to do with Rubio being boxed out from everything else. Like Witkoff is running the Gaza file. Trump is based in Witkoff are running the Ukraine file, although now he's tasked J.D. Vance and Rubio with taking Russia, Ukraine over the finish line. Rubio doesn't seem terribly engaged with Asia.
Yep.
Rubio really cares about the politics of the Caribbean and South and Central America.
Well, I think that's, so what people were just watching on their screen is, according to reports, the Venezuelan government has mobilized just in the last couple of days, quote, more than 4 million militia troops, seemingly in response to reports of U.S. naval movements in the region. So that is from Time Magazine.
Okay, you hear that? They have 4 million militia troops. They have mobilized in response to this. So do you think that there's going to be a 2028 election? He's already trying to rig it. We are clear that he is definitely trying to rig the midterm elections. But if you think that there is going to be a 2028 election, and if there is one, it will not be stolen. All the no mail-in ballots and trying to change all these districts. Good luck for you on those wishes. Something is very drastic. It's going to happen for me to believe that we are even going to have a 2028 election. So I know this is a long show. Forgive me, but I just needed to get all of that out, because every day it is always something else. So I hope you guys have a great remainder of your week. I don't think I can take tomorrow off because tomorrow the Epstein files are supposed to start dribbling out. Oh, and as far as these Epstein files that were due on, I think they were due on Tuesday, that they said that they will start giving on tomorrow. As far as that goes, there has been some movement in that. What is his name? Oh my God! Let me show you the movement on that. There has been some movement on that because the Senate is also requesting those files as well, and with the House and the Senate both request the unredacted files, they have the right to get them, and they must be presented to them. So also Who was that? Hold on 1 second. Oh shit. Melania's scandal blows up as she steals $1 million. Oh. Oh. The Lincoln Project. Donald Trump is a racist. We need to call it out. Stuart Stevens is live. Let me see. That's not what I'm looking for. The Fox News obsessed with Gavin Newsom. These are some things that I haven't, but this is what I'm looking for. Hold on. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, they have Adam. That's what I wanted to show you. Adam Mokler and Abby Phillips annihilate a MAGA idiot in heated showdown. I did want to show you this. Okay, hold on. Let me share Adam Mokler. Adam Mokler. A great commentary. If you are not familiar with him, you may want to go over there and check him out. And he dunked on them. I didn't know. I knew he dropped out of college. I didn't know he had just graduated from high school 4 years ago. I thought he was a little older than he is, and he has one of the his channel. I do believe he has over 2 million followers now. He's starting the Mokler network. He is with the Midas Touch network right now. He's doing fabulous work. I think this is his second or third time being on CNN, and he got what's his name, Scott. He got Scott real good. He said, they said, what are your final, maybe they'll play it on here. If they don't, I'll try to recall what he said. He said one of his greatest achievement is being 4 years out of high school and being able to come in and dunk on these MAGA pundits.
The most, it's not homicides. It's not, when you ask them what they care about the most, it's not homicides. It's not carjackings. It's Trump's occupation of D.C. So the question then becomes, who are we helping here? Who are we helping here? The idea that public policy isn't meant to serve the public in D.C. is absolutely absurd when Trump was claiming he was helping the public. So the question that I then want to ask is, why don't we mobilize the National Guard to the 8 out of 10 red states that are the highest homicide states?
Progressive host Adam Mokler went on Abby Phillips' show on CNN to go up against a panel that included MAGA Scott Jennings, smug, smirky Scott Jennings, to discuss Donald Trump's authoritarianism, and even calls by some within MAGA to criticize Donald Trump over his socialist policies. Will Scott Jennings be one to criticize the dear leader about socialism? We're going to check out these clips from CNN with Scott Jennings, Adam Mokler, Abby Phillip, and the rest. I will share my thoughts on this as well. Let's get into it together.
Do you see really that this trolling of Trump and social media, which is doing gangbusters for Gavin Newsom's social media accounts, what's the pathway to actually bringing voters back to the Democratic Party? Because the internet is not real life. That is the truth. And I'm not sure I'm seeing Democrats understanding that.
Well, there's two parts to it. First, you have to drive the attention, then you drive the narrative. So right now, he's getting the attention piece in the attention economy, and he's doing it quite well. He's getting millions of views. I also don't agree that Obama's twisting himself in pretzels. I think it's a completely logical statement. Norms in a democracy work a lot like consent. You can't have meaningful consent when only one side is engaging in that, and you can't have meaningful norms when one side is engaging. So when Obama says we're okay with temporary redistricting, that's what it is, temporary redistricting, proportional to what Texas is doing, I don't think that's very hypocritical. But when it comes to Newsom, get the attention, drive the narrative. That's what Democrats should do.
I think the Democrats are hemorrhaging voters because they've chosen all the wrong constituencies. They seem to care more about illegal aliens than American citizens, violent criminals than law-abiding citizens, and the Palestinian flag more than the American flag.
That is not true, and that is
when you take those positions on things like that, people tend to run to the other party. And
is there one mainstream Democrat that said he likes illegal immigrants over?
And you know that's not necessarily
Chris Van
true.
Hollen? There's one.
He said that? Chris Van Hollen did not say that.
He went and had margaritas.
He met with Kilmar Armando Abrego Garcia, who was brought back to the United States. The administration conceded that he was sent there wrongfully, so Chris Van Hollen...
I mean, if you want to keep going down this road...
All right, Alencia.
You claim the Democrats like crime.
Hold on. As someone who does a lot of messaging in the Democratic Party, we do have a messaging issue. But the real thing here is that we have to go to these voters and talk to them about the pain that they are feeling before we bring the policy solution, because we do have the policy solution. We just have to figure out a better way of listening to our voters. And I think we are in this crisis right now where we are forced to do that. And I do believe that Democrats can come back and gain these voters back.
President Trump dipping his toe in the socialism pool. Some of his recent moves have the government's hands firmly involved in a number of business dealings. For example, in an unusual move, NVIDIA has agreed to give 15% of its revenue from chip sales to China to the United States government. And in June, Japan's Nippon Steel was allowed to buy out U.S. steel, but only if the White House was granted
Socialism. Where's the cries of socialism now?
a golden share that gives them extraordinary amounts of influence over a U.S. company. And Trump has even leveraged his tariff policy to demand investment in the United States. And just last week, he demanded Goldman Sachs replace its chief economist over their tariff predictions. And yesterday, Bloomberg reported that the administration is discussing taking a 10% share in Intel to help rescue the company. But if you think calling any of this socialism is a bridge too far, well, conservative Eric Erickson thinks that that is exactly what it is.
Now, if any of you don't know, Eric Erickson is a hard right pundit.
U.S. government would become the largest shareholder of Intel. This is actual socialism happening by a Republican administration. This is a horrible precedent. This is socialism. All of you people were freaked out about Memdami in New York City wanting government-run grocery stores and saying the people need to seize the means of production. That's what Harold Lutnick is doing right now, saying that the government must seize the control.
But it is not going to help the American people. We hear nothing about any of this money being sought to bring down the debt. No, we only hear about debt being added so the rich can get richer. Understand that there has been all of this money that they say that they are clawing back. Do you know this? They don't tell you that they have bought down the debt any. They give you nothing. But they are really finna get paid off of this. And do you wonder why 45, 47 want the interest rates to be lower to 1%? Because of all of the hundreds of millions of dollars that he has bought in bonds, in different bonds that he have bought. And if the interest rate goes down, the inflation rate is surely going to go up. But you know what else is going to go up? His fucking profit is going to go up because of all of the different areas he has purchased bonds in. So let's let that sink in.
Rolling interest in Intel, the means of production in order to get government money. You can't just be against socialism when the left does it.
Phil, can you respond to that? Because I think it is perplexing that conservatives would be okay with all of that.
The idea that Donald Trump's not going to have influence, that's silly. He's absolutely going to have influence, but he's not weighing in and destroying the free market. He's not doing what Biden did, which is going in and trying to reshape the entire auto industry in his image. What he's really doing right now is he's saying there are better ways, but the free market capitalist
Wait. Are you talking? What are you talking about when you talk about Biden and the auto industry?
Oh gosh, did you not see what he did? There was no demand for EVs to the extent that the Biden administration wanted, so they regulated it into existence. They funded it to make sure it had subsidies to survive. And then when the subsidies went away, the industry collapsed, which was a clear indication that industry was not ready for its day.
Okay. You keep citing the free market, but politicizing companies and allocating capital politically is not the free market. Supply and demand is the free market. And you say that Biden reshaped the EV industry in his image.
Oh, yeah,
Trump is reshaping the entire tariff global order in his image. He's placing tariffs on countries that make no sense whatsoever.
I told you had to buy a certain vegetable at the store, and if you didn't like it, it was just too bad. That was the only one you could buy. And I was going to subsidize that vegetable industry. And oh, by the way, I was going to regulate that by the time 2030 came along, that's the only vegetable you could buy.
If I told you I'm going to place tariffs on every single country with no discretion whatsoever, and you're going to say he's not reshaping the global order when it comes
the budget that we had last month, we actually had a budget surplus for the first time ever. The tariffs are working.
Sheila, hold on. Sheila.
And Adam Mockler is spot on with what he's saying here. These MAGA goons like this Phil here, it's the age-old thing of socialism is whatever they don't like. Everything that they don't like is socialism. Everything that they don't like is communism. And that can change from day to day. That's the thing that we've seen with Donald Trump is so-called conservatives, right-wingers, Republicans, MAGA, whatever term you want to use, they can turn on a dime. Something that they were strongly against yesterday, they can be in favor of today. Or something that they were strongly in favor of a week ago, they can suddenly be against it now if the deer is a propagandist.
First of all, it is not true that you can't go to an auto dealer and buy a non-EV car. So that is not an accurate description.
I said he was reshaping the market.
Yeah, but you described it as if the government were telling people that they can't go get something else at the car dealership when they absolutely can.
Have you seen California?
But the other, you can.
To have better public safety and more reasonable safety standards within Washington, D.C.
So now it doesn't matter, Scott Jennings, that voters are not happy with what Trump's doing, don't feel safer, all of that.
I don't care what they think. I mean, these are the same people who elected the mayor and city council that ran.
He don't care what the voters think. He don't care what they think. Understand that Scott Jennings, he must understand that he has no chance. I think he's running for governor of one of the Carolinas. Scott Jennings. You hear him say he doesn't care what the voters think. Okay, I know that's going to be playing on a constant loop when his election approaches.
The city's public safety into the ground in the first place.
You don't care what the residents.
They don't know what's good for them.
You don't care what the residents of DC think.
I do not. I do not care one bit. And I'll tell you something else.
I feel like I do remember just a couple of weeks ago you were saying, well, secretly DC residents really want this because they know the crime is so bad.
I don't know
now
what
we
they
actually
want.
have the
I know
numbers
what they
that
need.
say, will Trump's federal takeover reduce violent crime? 65% say no, just 20.
So therefore, you don't care what they vote about. You don't care what they want. You know what they need, and you're going to give it to him. And you're running for a governor? Yes, a governor.
Percent say yes. Do you feel like the presence of federal officers makes you feel safer, more safe? 18%, less safe, 61%.
Why would they say that?
Here are the facts. When you ask the residents that Trump is claiming to help, they say that they oppose it at a 79% rate. 61% of them feel less safe. When you ask them what they care about the most, it's not homicides, it's not carjackings, it's Trump's occupation of D.C. So the question then becomes, who are we helping here? Who are we helping here? The idea that public policy isn't meant to serve the public in D.C. is absolutely absurd when Trump was claiming he was helping the public. So the question that I then want to ask is, why don't we mobilize the National Guard to the 8 out of 10 red states that are the highest homicide states? If this decreases crime, and that's sufficient enough to mobilize the National Guard against the explicit will of the people of D.C., why is the National Guard not marching through the streets?
The law.
But one thing, because what Adam just said was something that we asked here at the table yesterday. Why not address violence in all these other parts of the country?
Not a Democrat.
Why? I'm not saying that President Trump should do it. But all these red state governors have the ability to mobilize their National Guards within their own states. Why aren't they doing it?
Right now, I don't think they feel the need to. But right
even
now,
though the violence
Act,
levels are higher in some of those
states don't have a home rule act, but they do have a governor.
No, but they have a governor and they have a National Guard that's under the control of the government.
We're talking about D.C.
They
right
can
now.
deploy that.
California didn't have a home rule act as well, and the governor did not want that. We're talking about D.C. right now.
Their cities have more crime than Washington,
the difference between our national capital and every other city.
You're saying that the National Guard is a defeater of crime, but then you refuse to endorse the National Guard being put in other states. You're going to say the National Guard is lower
I'm
crime
arguing
rates.
that the national capital, Washington, D.C., exists in a different federal zone, as was pointed out.
Yeah, but
A,
that
and
is
B,
only,
and B,
that
it's
is
our
only
national
as it relates
capital.
to
I'm sorry,
Hold
it
on,
is different
Scott.
than Memphis
It
or
is
whatever.
only as it relates to Donald Trump's role in this whole thing. When it comes, the president's, that's what I'm saying. When it comes to the rest of the country, governors have the. I'll let you get it. Governors have the authority to do what Trump is doing, and they are not doing.
And Scott Jennings, this smug prick, is a hypocrite. Adam Mockler is 100% spot on. He asks an incredibly valid question. Abby Phillip backs him up on it. Hey, if this is something that needs to be done, shouldn't we be doing this to stop crime in other cities where there's more crime than Washington, D.C.? Now, of course, Scott Jennings won't even admit that Washington, D.C. is not the epicenter of crime. In fact, in 2024, and agree with whatever the dear leader does.
So,
let me know what you think about it.
Last thing, so I know I said that was the last thing. If you didn't hear, John Deere is firing or laying off 300 employees because 4547 went back and added another tariff on steel, which he said he wasn't going to do, and there are a lot of other layoff due to the tariffs. The tariffs that the other nations were going to pay, and he's in office because you guys are going to bring this administration was going to bring prices down. Let's hear a little bit of this before we leave.
There's more breaking news coming into the situation right now. Walmart warning this morning it's raising some prices because of tariffs. This comes with the company just releasing a new report about its outlook for the rest of the year. I want to go live right now to CNN Business.
Walmart has raised prices up to 50% on some items as well. Let's continue. Walmart has there is also, if any I know some people buy everything from all different places. There has been a recall on, what is that name? Their generic brand, fresh raw shrimp from Walmart. They have been shipped in radioactive containers. The link is in my description box. I think I'm going to play it so you can get the numbers off of it, just in case anybody buy great value. The uppity brand of food. If anybody purchased that great value raw shrimp from Walmart, there is a recall because they have found that it was shipped in radioactive shipping containers.
Business and politics correspondent Vanessa Yurkevich in New York. Vanessa, you were on that call. What more can you tell us?
Wolf, America's largest retailer, largest employer, and really a bellwether for the U.S. economy, posted strong sales growth in the second quarter, but definitely faced some headwinds from tariffs. And we saw that profits in the second quarter did not meet Wall Street's expectations. And that's actually why you see Walmart's stock down right now, about 4.5%. Listen, tariffs was the big point of conversation on this 1-hour call with investors. A lot of questions about what price pressures were going to be trickling down to consumers. You had the CEO, Doug McMillon, of the company saying that so far tariff impacts have been gradual, so consumers haven't reacted so much to price hikes, but where they're now putting out post-tariff inventory, and they're going to see price level increases on a week-to-week basis. So that's obviously concerning for the company.
So let's stop right there. So just to recap, Walmart, again, massive retailer. It would be bad enough if it were impacting any company, because Donald Trump is deliberately provoking these economic conditions. It's not like he inherited, a once-in-a-century campaign on a bunch of tariffs. These companies are like, shit, we better order in advance. We better stock up on inventory so we won't have to pay the tariffs. Well, they burned through it all because this has gone on for 6 months. And now they're having to purchase post-tariff inventory, which means it will have much bigger price hikes attached to it.
On that full screen you just had up there, another point of on the call was, despite these price hikes, they have seen resiliency from the U.S. consumer. Ultimately, Walmart still has some of the best prices, and that's why you're seeing increases in the grocery department. You're seeing increases in consumer spending on e-commerce. They did bring in a lot of inventory ahead of tariff hikes, and that's why they've been able to mitigate a little bit better. Walmart also raising their full-year economic outlook, talking about being able to mitigate some of these price pressures a lot better than other retailers. Walmart, Wolf, obviously is in a much better position because of size and scope to absorb some of these price pressures because of tariffs. A big comparison to just yesterday with Target talking about the loss of sales in the second quarter and seeing consumers pulling back. Walmart saying that they are expecting to see growth the rest of this year, despite having to raise prices on some of their items. Wolf.
So again, this is an absolute disaster for American families.
Okay, I have added that to my description box. It is the last link in the block in the description box if you want to check that out. I'm going to add this one as well. I think that it is important that you guys get forewarned. I think that is a time for those of you who have not stocked up on some supplies that you are needed. Unfortunately, you're going to have to get them at an increased price due to these tariffs. But I have always told you guys that you need to make sure you have an emergency kit with all of the things that you need to survive. Because times are definitely getting bad out here, and I don't think we've seen the worst of time. Get you some water, get you some food, whether it be canned food. Make sure there are good dates on it. If it's sealed in the little pouches, make sure you get a medical supply. Make sure you have some small bills of cash. Make sure you get you some personal protection with whatever you think that you will need to protect life and limb. Make sure that you put all of your paperwork in a waterproof container or envelope or something, and have it available to you. You understand a lot of these people are walking around with their papers to show to ICE. We are in that time. Make sure you take some safety precaution. Get you some masking tape. Just have a whole emergency kit. Think ahead, and not too late, not behind.
Israel is seizing the entire West Bank, building new settlements. The U.S. is blessing them on that. And then we also have some psychopaths in Israel, religious fundamentalist freaks, who are trying to usher in end times with a red heifer. I wish I was kidding, but we live in hell world, and these people rule us, bro. They rule us. So we'll talk about that. Then later on in the show, we have Tim Dillon finally wakes up to Trump's bull of their manufacturing to the U.S. because of the tariffs. Ready? And go support the Corin's World YouTube channel. And
the tariffs is helping you lose jobs. So we're going to get to the tariff. This is secular. What is it? Secular Talk with Kyle Kalinske. Go over there and check out his channel. I'm going to put the link in the description
who's
box.
running for office. Again, I can't wait to talk to him. That'll be a lot of fun. So sign up on Substack for that. And go support the Corin's World YouTube channel and subscribe over there because we're doing live Kyle and Corin's every Monday at 8:30. All right, y'all. Let's dive into it. So let's start with this. We were told when Trump launched his trade war and did his tariffs, we were told it's going to bring back American manufacturing. You're going to have jobs exploding all across this country. They're going to explode. Well, guess what? The data's in. How many companies moved 100% of their manufacturing to the U.S. because of the tariffs? Ready? 0. Donut. Zilch. Zilch. Nada. So the thing we told you would happen is what actually happened. And what Trump said would happen was dead wrong. Dead wrong. So as Melanie D'Arrigo points out here, $3,800 is how much more the average U.S. family will spend this year because of tariffs. So no new manufacturing jobs, but you got to spend $3,800 more. Now, by the way, it's actually even worse than this. It's worse than this because Trump outsourced 200,000 jobs his first term in office. And then this time he gets in there. One of the first things he does is he cuts off the funding for Joe Biden's bills. So the CHIPS Act, for example, the infrastructure bill, for example. So Biden was creating 800,000 new manufacturing jobs. And Trump gets in there, cuts off the funding for those bills, and boom, now we don't get those jobs. So he lost us 200,000 manufacturing jobs in the first term, lost us 800,000 in the second term, right? And now we know the tariffs are going to cost you $3,800 more on top of all that. So he could not have been more wrong every single step of the way. But we're just getting started. So on the manufacturing front, we're cooked. And in fact, there were some other companies that were going to build factories here. And they announced, when Trump did the tariffs, they came out and announced, well, we can't build them anymore because we can't afford the raw materials to build the factories now because of the tariffs. Okay, so he's cooking us in 1,000 ways to Sunday. More. July had the highest number of corporate bankruptcies since the COVID pandemic in 2020. So it actually eclipsed that, which means that Donald Trump is worse for the economy than a fucking global pandemic, y'all. That.
No, that is saying a lot. I don't know if your for-profit media is alerting you. You better get your houses in order. Your real house
is mind-boggling. That's mind-boggling. The U.S. has now seen 446 large bankruptcy filings in 2025, officially 12% above pandemic levels in 2020. In July alone, the U.S. saw 71 bankruptcies, marking the highest single month total since July 2020. And then they do a whole tweet thread about this, and they basically explain, like, look, yes, it's the trade war. The trade war is the culprit, and that's pretty fucking obvious. They also go on to point out, like, the different companies that got hit as a result of this. Unfortunately, a lot of them are like, 1990s and 2000s, like legendary type companies, like Forever 21, for example. In fact, let me see if I can find it. Several once popular 1990s and 2000s brands are included in the list of bankruptcies. Forever 21, Rite Aid,
I think Shaq owned a good portion of Forever 21. I'll Google that.
Party City, Claire's. I think like these earrings I'm wearing, I think are from Claire's, and they cost like.
Oh my God, not Claire's. Claire's. I remember Claire's from back in the day. Claire's is going out of business. Oh well.
Fucking like $10 or whatever the fuck. All going under. All going under. So directly because of the trade war, it's now happening. Everything's unraveling. All right, we got more. Let's talk a little bit about the inflation portion of this. Listen to this.
Wholesale prices for domestic fresh and dry vegetables skyrocketed nearly 40% in July compared to a year ago.
You normally don't see a big move in 1 month that much. I mean, the biggest 1 month move for a summer month since I think 1947. That's a big move. Three things happening here: weather and drought. So you've got supply issues, worker shortages, and you've got farmers saying that there are fear on some of these farms of deportation. So they're having a hard time getting some of these crops in, and then tariffs on imported vegetables and food.
So climate change, mass deportations, and trade war. Those are the things that are leading to this
Is America great again yet? Let's continue.
spike. In other words, all things that the right is making worse. It's insane. Like, they're destroying the country on purpose.
That's something that can make prices rise for domestic as well. So this is producer level. Will it be passed on to the consumer? Unclear yet, but we'll know pretty quickly.
Of course it will. Of course it will.
Thin margins for food items. So this means that grocery store chains will have to eat the costs, pun intended, or we'll have to pass it on, and we'll know pretty soon.
All right, so that's just vegetables. We discussed on this show the other day, coffee. Prices for coffee have skyrocketed, minimum 14%. I've seen as high as like 25%. It's happening, y'all. It's all happening. How about this one? Breaking. A home buyer now must earn $114,627 a year to afford the median-priced U.S. home, per Redfin. This means the average U.S. household income would require a 42% raise to afford the median home. In other words, home ownership is officially a luxury.
So while they are talking about the people who are sitting in their grandmother basements, going to have to go out and get a job to only still be able to sit in their grandparents' basement. Remember they said that in passing in the Medicaid cuts, they're going to force them to go out and get a job that does not fulfill their needs and still sit in their basements just to have Medicare. And they what are they doing to get people housing? These people who are living in their mothers and grandmothers' basements. I guess they could go on YouTube and run plays and do dumb shit. I don't know. Maybe that's what they're doing for them.
Ownership is a luxury. The American dream is so cooked. It is so dead. It is so gone. It's never been more dead and gone.
Wait a minute. America is getting greater again. I don't know what this greatness was, but it seems like people were willing to find out. They fucked around and they found out.
And I think everybody senses that, everybody feels that, everybody knows that because everybody's struggling. And when there's no hope, that's when you see this increase in political extremism. That's when you see people.
Kyle, come over to YouTube. Come over to the beef sector of YouTube. Everybody's not. There are so many independently wealthy people over here in the beef sector of YouTube. None of this affects them as they none of this as they drive their Uber, picking up passengers, coming live 11 times a day. Kyle, you're in the wrong place. Everybody's over here is independently wealthy. Oh, I wish I could. Oh, let me try to look for it. Go ahead.
People turning to, some solutions that are pretty out there because they know, hey, politics as usual hasn't served us well. Politics as usual has actually destroyed us. So that's incredible. All right, I still got another one for you. So this one is kind of sad, but it's also, a bright red flashing indicator that we're in for a world of hurt coming very shortly.
Hi, everyone. I thought I'd share another non-traditional economic indicator that is sounding an alarm, and it's absolutely heart-wrenching. And this economic indicator is a surge in pet owner surrenders. Shelters across the U.S. are reporting a surge in surrenders with financial hardship as the primary driver. The financial hardships are happening as there are job losses, as the everyday cost of living has gone up, and also the cost of caring for a pet have increased. The cost of pet food and treats, beds and toys are all affected by tariffs. So institutions like the Animal Care Center of New York has suspended all intake because of capacity issues. The Charlotte-Mecklenburg Animal Care and Control in North Carolina has reported a 43% surge in animal surrenders versus this time last year. And the Chicago Animal Care and Control has reported that if their surrenders continue at the pace they're at in 2025, they will see 3 times the surrenders in 2025 versus 2024 and 6 times the surrenders versus 2023. And on top of this, adoption rates are also declining, which is heartbreaking. So if you have the resources and ability to adopt a new pet, your local shelter likely really needs your help right now.
So we're already in a recession, bro. We're already in a recession. It's already rough out there, but I hope everybody's ready because this is going to get a lot worse. This is going to get a lot worse. And I know all you guys, because I've experienced this too myself, I know all you guys have stories from your personal lives of, hey, this guy I know, or this guy I know who's a friend of my friend, or this family member, or whatever. Somebody you know is feeling it. Somebody you know got laid off. Somebody you know is desperately trying to downsize or being evicted or whatever the case may be. Because, your government effectively stabbed you in the back. Your government effectively screwed you over, right? Every decision I've made this point 1,000 times, but I'm going to make it 1,000 more. Every decision Trump is making, it's like he's trying to destroy the country. If he was a Manchurian candidate, there would be literally no difference between how he's acting now and if he was a Manchurian candidate. He might as well be. Because, and here's another big part, which again, very few people talk about, but they should, is how much longer is the dollar going to be the world reserve currency? How much longer is that going to be the case? Because I got news for you. Everybody fucking hates us now. We're not.
How much longer? Now he's bringing. Do you guys remember me talking about the BRICS and how everybody is using their own money and stocking up on gold, so they can become a part of the BRICS and trade with them and don't have to be on the dollar standard. Y'all, I know y'all heard me talking about that. But do you hear much of that in your for-profit media? Maybe not. Good question, Kyle.
Not good to our word. That alone sort of destroys you in the long run. Pulled out of the Iran agreement, pulled out of the Paris Climate Agreement, stopped abiding by the USMCA, which was the trade deal with Canada that Trump himself negotiated. Then he pulled out of his own trade deal, right? Our word is worth nothing. It's worth a dick. And so in a scenario like that, the rest of the world goes, we don't trust the Americans. We can't rely on the Americans. The Americans are liars. The Americans are psychos. The Americans are unhinged. So they're working around America, making deals with each other, looking more towards China to be a global leader. And in that scenario, they're merely tolerating the dollar at the moment as the world reserve currency. But, they're not going to, nobody's going to keep investing in the U.S. Nobody's going to keep. And the other thing is, and this is an even longer conversation, but now we're beginning to see some evidence. There's some articles that came out over the past couple days, some evidence that the AI bubble is about to burst. And woo, buddy, when that bubble bursts, ooh, it's going to be a lot of pain, dog. It's going to be a lot of pain. I don't know how many of you were old enough to remember this, but the internet bubble burst. Remember that? I believe it was in the late 90s that the internet bubble burst. And that was a lot of pain for a lot of people. Right? Then you had the subprime mortgage crisis and the Great Recession in 2008. A lot of pain for a lot of people. Pandemic, same thing. But now, basically one of the few things propping up the economy is this colossal bubble, all of this malinvestment that's happening with these AI companies that are promising the sun, the moon, and the stars. They're promising AI is going to solve every problem we've ever had, and it's going to suck your dick, and it's going to, finger your asshole, and it's going to do whatever, right? And come to find out, a lot of these AI models are absolute trash. Not only that, China has already proven they're way ahead of the U.S. So at some point, the fun's going to stop. The party's going to
No, AI is our great God. Everybody's talking about this God, which is AI. How many times have I talked about how China made a better AI model for $5.5 million, but not polluting states and needing acres and acres of land where they're polluting the well water of the residents around it, and kicking up dust where they're digging more and more land up to have a place to cool all these servers that they need for AI. China does not need any space, any place to cool their AI. I have been talking about this. I have been telling you guys this. But I don't do news. So go over there. Let me drop this link in the chat as well. I may have to delete this chat if that song played earlier has some type of copyright. So go over to Kyle Kalinske show, and now let's talk about I swear this is important. I got to share this with you guys. Here we are. Speaking of the tariffs and all the deals, let's hear what Howard Lutnick has to say about all of these deals that 4547 said that he is bringing in all of this money for. Let's look at this. If you haven't heard about all of these deals on these tariffs that they have been lying to you about, watch a simple question being answered.
Howard Lutnick, and he always puts his dumb ass in front of a camera to talk about how bad the economy is as everyone's experiencing reality. He likes to then get in front of cameras and talking about how great all of these tariff deals really are.
You mentioned you're working on the documents. When do you think the market can get its hands on written documentation on the deals with Japan, UK, Vietnam, Korea? Is that how long ago? How far away is that?
Well, these are kind of weeks away for the Japan and Korea.
How many weeks? 2 weeks? The regular 2 weeks that you guys always say, and 2 weeks away? These are weeks away. What else?
Model, but the other models are set. I mean, you already have Vietnam has agreed to open its market. These countries are.
The other models are set. He asked you where is the paperwork that we can go over these alleged deals that you guys are touting. The ones that need paperwork, it's weeks away. But hey, Vietnam is already set. They're opening up their. They're
agreed to open their market. They bring down their tariffs. It's not that you're not going to find a big, long, 250-page trading agreement. It's very simple.
Oh, so if we're not going to find a long 250 page trading agreement. Do we have a trading agreement? Because usually now Howard Lutnick, understand, it's a billionaire, so I don't believe he does billions and made billions by making any type of business agreements without it being on paper. But he wants us to believe, oh, don't worry about it, everything's fine. They're opening up their markets. Just trust the words that are coming out of my mouth. Also, remember Howard Lutnick, when the Social Security thing was going on, is the billionaire who told you that if you call Social Security and you don't receive your check, you are an obvious person who is scamming Social Security, because his 92-year-old mother-in-law who lives with him would never call Social Security if she didn't receive her check. She just wait until the next month and see if she got it then. So if you're calling them up because you missed a check, you're obviously a scammer, says the billionaire whose mother-in-law lives with his billionaire ass. Okay, so let me shush. Okay.
Bring down your tariffs to zero. Open the market to American exporters so that we can finally sell our agriculture overseas, finally sell our seafood overseas, finally sell our beef overseas. I mean, our producers have Stockholm Syndrome.
Howard Lutnick.
No, I want to know, how are we going to sell our beef overseas? Did you guys not see the broadcast and the information I brought you about how we are not selling beef anywhere? We're not selling beef in America. How are we going to sell it overseas? You think that overseas, or the people overseas are going to buy our beef, and when they won't even buy our corn and our soybeans? Do you have? We are buying our beef in Brazil. Farmers are going. Cattle ranchers are going under because of all of the Brazilian beef that is being bought and sold. You know, the cheap beef that has gone up. How much beef has gone up to over $9 a pound? In the since 45, 47, who's going to bring prices down, has been in office. We can't sell our own beef. We don't have anywhere to process our own beef because we let who did I say? What did I say? Not Venezuela. We let who was it? I can't remember. Who came in and just got on the, I did the story the other day. We let them come in. Brazil. We let Brazil come in and buy up all of the plants, the processing plants, and block our American ranchers from being able to get their own processing plant because they're so big. You know, Brazil, who have run into a whole lot of issues about bribing, and one of the owners of this Brazilian processing plant actually allegedly spent time in jail for their work practices. But now we have them over here making money on the U.S. stock market. America first. America first. So this is what Howard Lutnick is trying to tell you. But see, it's the news telling you anything. I
was asked about when these deals are finally going to be signed. Do you guys remember? Have you heard anyone talk about all these deals that they said they're going to be making and how they potentially have not been signed? No paperwork, no agreements. These are all verbal things that Donald Trump then goes in front of cameras and sends these guys like him and Scott Bessent in front of cameras to talk about. And I remember this is what customers are dealing with. Speaking of beef and the prices.
A vote for Trump means your groceries will be cheaper.
$7 for 3 ears of corn. That just seemed twice as much as I've ever seen corn for anywhere.
My budget has become double for food shopping.
Parmesan cheese, it was $12.99 and now it's $16.99.
Especially the beef. Really? The beef. Yeah, everything is going up, but the beef is going up tremendous.
And the tariffs are paid by the consumer, okay? The companies pay it, but then they pass on the.
So we let Brazil come over here and sell our beef because they are known for their cheap beef. And this is what, and they block out U.S. farmers, and the beef has gone up astronomically. America first.
costs. I don't think it's going to get any better soon.
Oh yes, it's gotten ridiculous right there. It's kind of depressing to go in the Walmart. You used to go with $100 right there and come out with bags of groceries. Now you go with a couple of bags in your hand.
But prices will come down. You just watch. They'll come down, and they'll come down fast.
Those prices have been coming down just as fast as his ability to negotiate an end to this war in Ukraine that Russia invaded. Still hasn't happened. In fact,
let me. I just want. This is in my description box. Watch this Nimnuk said. This Nimnuk gonna say, we should be honored. We are doing something for our country in essence. To paraphrase him, we are doing something great for our country, and we should stick in there and pay these high prices, the prices that they campaigned on that they were going to lower, but they have made rise.
I think a lot of people are seeing higher prices. Our family's in the construction business, and we get a lot of our timber from Canada and other countries. Yes, it's higher. Steel prices are up, but it's for the good of the country.
He said, you absolutely deserve it. We need higher prices. It's good.
It's for the good of the country. We just saw her talk about the vegetables. Now, Trump is telling Goldman Sachs that they need to hire a new economist.
That talked about how this is going badly. A report Goldman Sachs economists published over the weekend estimated that Americans absorbed 22% of tariff costs through June. But this share will rise to 67% by October if tariffs, quote, follow the same pattern as the earliest ones. Trump did not specifically reference that report in his post. I'll get to his post because he responded to that very verifiable fact that people have been paying 22% more. You know, that's what's been going up. But eventually, as we've seen, I feel like I play these, which has been incredible for our country. Its stock market to that truth that was mentioned about where prices have gone and will continue to go. Trillions of dollars are being taken in on tariffs. It's the same line, which has been incredible for our country. Its stock market, its general wealth, and just about everything else. It has been proven that even at this late stage.
Okay, so $1 trillion has been taken in. We all know that the tariffs were kicked back until August 1st. But he continues to say that $1 trillion have been taken in. And it's general wealth. Is it general wealth for the consumers, for people who are not the 1% or 2% who are owning these corporations who are selling their goods to the American people? Where's the generational wealth for the generations of their families, of the 1%ers? That's the generational wealth that he is only concerned about as he ignores what this nation is going through. And you think that there's going to be a 2026 election? Do you think that there's going to be a 2028 election? Let's continue.
Tariffs have not caused inflation or any other problems for a country other than massive amounts of cash pouring into our treasury's coffers. Also, it's been shown that for the most part, consumers aren't even paying these tariffs. It's most companies and governments, many of them foreign, picking up the tabs. But David Solomon, who was the Goldman Sachs guy, and Goldman Sachs refused to give credit where credit is due. They made a bad prediction a long time ago on both the market repercussion and the tariffs themselves, and they were wrong. Just like they're wrong about so much else. I thought I was misspeaking. He wrote that. They're wrong about so much else. I think that David should go and get himself a new economist, or maybe he ought to just focus on being a DJ and not bother running a major financial institution. This dumb sumbitch. Actually,
this dumb son of a bitch. Yeah, I concur. I just wanted you to hear some news on the economy and what these tariffs are doing to this economy.
More information.
We stand by the results of the study. I think it's very early to be drawing definitive conclusions about how tariff costs will be shared. But in principle, tariff costs can be borne by foreign exporters, by U.S. businesses, or by U.S. consumers. Now, we've had tariffs in place on that very first round from China for about 5-6 months, so I think we have learned a little something. Our conclusion is that U.S. businesses have borne most of the tariff costs so far because it takes time to negotiate lower import prices or to pass price increases along to consumers. But if the most recent tariffs, like the April tariff, follow the same pattern that we've seen with those earliest February tariffs, then eventually, by the fall, we estimate that consumers would bear about 2/3 of the cost, foreign exporters would bear about 1/4 of the cost, and U.S. businesses would absorb less than 10%. That probably sounds small, less than 10%, but bear in mind that is a net number. If you are a company importing or using goods to sell in the U.S., you're going to get hit harder. If you are a company producing in the U.S. who is now protected from foreign competition, you can raise your prices and benefit. So those are our estimates, and I think actually they're quite consistent with what many other economists have found.
To this nail company in Missouri.
Nails than any other company in the United States.
But the nails are made with steel imported from Mexico, hit by a 25% tariff by the Trump administration.
We're going to charge a tariff on steel.
It's a 25% tariff that our customers are not willing to pay us for.
Chris Pratt oversees 500 employees here.
Where are we right now?
In a paper tape plant.
No longer in operation.
No longer in operation.
When the tariffs hit, Pratt says their customers balked.
We don't want your nails at your prices anymore because we can buy our nails cheaper somewhere else.
Where's somewhere else?
Somewhere else is mostly imports.
In other countries like
China, Malaysia, Oman, Korea.
And jobs over there mean jobs lost here.
You've had to lay off how many?
We have eliminated 60 positions.
60 positions.
Yes. We should be thriving. We were doing pretty good.
And
but
now?
It's like you flip the light switch off. And it's all because of tariffs.
The employees are hopeful that this is just a bump in the road.
Did you vote for the president?
Absolutely.
What were you hoping for when you voted for the president?
Change.
Well, damn it, you definitely got that. Change, like, different from when you had some successes in this. Also, change in your pocket, like a dime in a
The headline here is Trump expands 50% steel and aluminum tariffs to include 407 additional product types. CNBC further reports the new report categories include everyday items such as car parts, plastics, and specialty chemicals. Economists warn that the new levies could further strain the U.S. supply chain and raise prices for consumers. You can, if we put the next tear sheet up on the screen, you can see some of the things here that are covered in it. So the Secretary of Commerce, Undersecretary of Commerce for Industry and Security said today's actions expands the reach of the steel and aluminum tariffs and shuts down avenues for circumvention, supporting the continued revitalization of the American steel and aluminum industries. So they say it covers wind turbines, mobile cranes, bulldozers, rail cars, furniture, compressors, pumps, and hundreds of other products. CNBC is reporting this morning, their headline after the markets opened is stocks are little changed as investors weigh retail earnings, await Fed minutes. And Ryan, this is, I don't think this is surprising news, but it's definitely big news. I mean, this is how.
I think it's a little surprising. Like, I think it did catch people a little bit off guard. We can put this next one. It's Jason Miller, a supply chain expert, calculated that the latest, and this is a list of the things, the latest list adds another like $320 billion worth of steel and aluminum products are now affected. And he's talking about a 50% tariff on them. That is a huge amount of money. We're talking 100, I can do the math there. That's $160 billion that is basically sucked out of the consumer economy there. So it's $160 billion in increased costs that will go to, as Trump loves to say, paying down the debt. Now, if you look at this list here, you know, car parts, shovels, any construction equipment that has any steel or aluminum in it, as you said, tractors, gearboxes,
heat pumps.
Like, basically, if you are in farming or construction or manufacturing, your costs are going to go up as a result of this, quite significantly. And so the goal here is to have an aluminum and steel industry that is completely kind of contained here in the United States. There isn't really a whole lot of policy to go along with this to make it so that we have that industry that can then serve these, can make all of these different products. In the meantime, most people who are doing manufacturing or farming or construction, basically everybody almost who's doing manufacturing, farming, or construction here in the United States is going to have their costs go up, and then they're going to have to eventually raise prices. So the idea here behind the tariffs is that we're going to support American manufacturing. The policy is to make it more expensive to do American manufacturing, because let's say you make knives, and there was this company going around. It's like, oh wait, we thought we made all our knives here in the United States. A lot of our suppliers are overseas. So while we manufacture it here, we produce it here. We have a factory with a bunch of people working, the kind of thing we want here in the United States. We do get some supplies from overseas.
Experts say it's needed more than ever. The Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, or SNAP, is facing the largest funding cut in the program's history. Here are 4 things to know about changes coming to the program and what it can mean for those reliant on the benefits. 1. President Donald Trump's Big Beautiful Policy and Spending legislation will cut $186 billion in federal funding from the program over the next decade. According to projections from the Congressional Budget Office.
We're definitely witnessing a major shift in SNAP, unlike anything we've seen since the program was created.
Elaine Waxman is a senior fellow at the Urban Institute, focusing on food insecurity and federal nutrition programs.
It will change the structure in significant ways for the first time.
And to fill the gap for the roughly 22 million families on SNAP, states will have to help pay for the benefits their residents receive. Depending on the scenario, that could be as much as 15% of the benefits costs. Waxman worries the worst case, but possible scenario is states will have to pull out of SNAP because they can't make up the funding gap.
The federal government has clearly stated it will not pay for a state shortfall if they're not able to make that match. Then it's possible that states would have to withdraw from the program altogether.
2. SNAP already had some work requirements, but the Big Beautiful Bill expands them to include people aged 55 to 64, parents of minors 14 and older, and veterans. Now, SNAP recipients will be required to work 80 hours per month in order to get the benefits. The idea is increased work requirements lead to increased workforce participation, but
research tells us that, unfortunately, they don't really work. And that may sound counterintuitive to people, but what we know is that they don't increase work effort. They don't result in higher incomes. And what they do result in is a lot of people leaving the program and not being better off.
3. The Congressional Budget Office estimates the new work requirements will lead to an estimated 3 million fewer people participating in SNAP. And this is a huge gap that charitably operated food banks won't be able to cover. According to Feeding America, a national food bank network, for every meal given by a food bank, SNAP provides 9.
If you look at food pantry visits in Minnesota, since 2019, they have tripled.
Sophia Linares-Coy is the executive director of the Food Group, a food equity nonprofit in Minnesota.
As grocery prices have gone up, the charitable food system has expanded dramatically. And so the idea that then it can expand again to compensate for these federal cuts, it's just simply not realistic.
And with states now on the hook to find ways to pay for SNAP for their residents, Linares-Coy worries disparities across the country will worsen.
As it starts being customized state to state, I think what's very concerning is, someone in Minnesota may be able to have enough benefits to feed their family, and someone, next door in Iowa might not. And what does that mean? And does that mean people will need to make really difficult choices even about where they live in order to feed their families?
4. Another major change will be eligibility for aid. Undocumented migrants have never been eligible to access SNAP benefits, and that has not changed. However, the list of immigrants and others who can participate has been cut significantly. Refugees, asylum seekers, victims of human trafficking, and domestic violence survivors under the Violence Against Women Act can no longer access SNAP benefits. This, Linares-Coy says, will affect local communities on a personal and economic level.
Culturally connected meats, halal meats, culturally connected produce, that can be really expensive and not available in your average food shelf situation. And ethnic grocery stores in rural communities can see some of the highest SNAP redemption rates of a lot of grocery stores. So there's also going to be this economic impact. And in some rural groceries, there's just not margin to handle a lack of sales.
Not to mention the fear of going out to receive those benefits.
In the past, we've encouraged, apply for all the programs you're eligible for. Some of them don't even feel safe coming out of their house to go to a charitable food distribution anymore. So I think we're just seeing
President Trump is expected to sign his budget bill tomorrow after it passed the House today in a narrow vote. While the legislation includes about $4.5 trillion in tax cuts, it could also slash Medicaid and food assistance programs. Lori Bordenero spoke with one woman who counts on that help to feed her family.
Ari Jackson is one of 3 million New Yorkers depending on the federal government to help pay for groceries.
Food stamps is really serious. It means a lot to a lot of people, especially me, because I'm disabled.
The Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, known as SNAP, along with Medicaid, could see significant cuts under President Trump's new spending bill.
I'll be at the pantry line, I guess.
Jerome Nathaniel of City Harvest, an organization that provides food to those in need, worries the cuts will further strain local charities.
Nonprofits and food banks are here to fill in the gaps where government falls short, and this is more than short. This is devastating.
The motion is adopted.
President Trump's budget bill passed Thursday after a remarkable show of resistance from House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, who spoke on the floor for a record-breaking 8 hours and 44 minutes, attacking Trump's so-called big, beautiful bill, the president credited with convincing enough Republican holdouts to come around, eventually passing the bill 218 to 214. Trump's bill would boost border security and ICE enforcement, increase defense spending, and extend his 2017 tax cuts. That includes an increase in the child tax credit, a $1,000 savings account for newborns, plus no taxes on tips and overtime pay. It also raises the cap on state and local tax deductions SALT to $40,000 for some wage earners.
All of this is critical to New York, where we live in a state with the highest tax burden in the country. So New Yorkers are going to see, on average, a $5,000 tax cut.
It's a catastrophe.
Congressman Richie Torres condemning the bill, saying it would cause 17 million Americans to lose health coverage and millions more like Ari Jackson to lose SNAP benefits.
It is the cruelest attack on the working people of America and the working people of New York in the recent history of the United States.
If he got it, it's going to be a lot of hurt people.
President Trump is expected to sign the bill into law at a ceremony on Friday. Lori Bordenero, CBS News, New York.
Let's get you.
Okay, so it's not what they can't spend money on, it's what they choose to spend money on. The ICE has the largest budget in policing, and even though they are sending a lot of these immigrants away, they are still on pace to allegedly open up 1,000 more detention centers. Who are these detention centers for? Now, that's it. I hope you guys have a great remainder of your day, your night. Oh my God, I cannot believe I was on here. It's just like, listen, they asked J.D. Vance in Georgia today, where are all of these mentally ill people going to go? And he did not tell you that they are making it easier to put people in jail, to put people in rehab centers. You think that they're going to put these people in Betty Ford rehab centers? I think they are going to be glorified prison with no prison guards type of rehab centers. And gonna make it easier to declare you 5150 and lock you up in a state-run facility. So we in some type of mental institution. And who's going to be able to check you out of these mental institutions that they have made it easier to hide away the homeless in? So we're going to get into that. But yeah, J.D. Vance said we're going to put them in these places. And I don't know who thought it's okay. Over the decades, you have all of these people running around here, and they're crazy, and they're on the street, and they don't want to work, and they don't want to do better, and we're gonna get them off the streets and get them to where if they're addicted, we're gonna put them in rehab. Okay. But your mama didn't go to rehab. You wrote a book that said I think he alleged that his mama OD in his book, but now here he is to put people in rehab. But maybe did she OD? He lied and said she was on meth, but she was stealing. It came out that she was stealing pills from her job. If I remember correctly, that is the real story. So my point is, he wants to know who has allowed these people who need help, who are something mentally impaired in some way, who allowed them to just run the streets like this. It would be your predecessor, Ronald Reagan, who closed down all the mental hospitals. See, because that's one of the things that Reagan did not want to pay for anymore. See, it's not they America doesn't have money. It's what America decides to put its money to. Do you think that America is going to be put money to places that actually give these homeless people help when they come through their encampments and bulldoze them down? No, they're not. So I just wanted to give you guys that little information. You can hear the video. I wasn't saying that. You ain't need to hear what I said anyway. All right, guys. I hope you guys have a great remainder of your day. Thank you for your support. Please hit the like button on your way out. And I think I'm going to have to show up tomorrow. All right, guys. I don't know what time. My schedule is kind of wonky. It all depends on how soon I get to bed and get some good rest. Unfortunately, there is no more getting up and just coming live because no, please, I have to get some good rest because we all need it. So I hope you guys have a fabulous night, and I'll see you guys around sometime somewhere. All right, guys, I'm out of here.